Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は264日目です. It is day 264. We are in day 4 of the second half of level 25. So, should be smooth sailing. And yes, so we have all 64, right? All 64 pieces. Tomorrow looks like we're not going to have a burnout day for tomorrow. Usually the following day is a leap day, but it looks like this time around we still have a staggered schedule in a way that it's not every single 4th/5th day. So we're going to keep to our criteria where whenever there's a day that's below the volume of 20, so maybe possibly sometime down the road, we'll do burnout days as a form of review. Right. So should be pretty quick today. It's all the new stuff, I think. And let's get right into our review. Hey. 状況. This was actually in the game in the app that I was testing out yesterday. It's actually an N1, I think. Interestingly enough. Obviously, I don't really pay too much attention to that stuff. I'll probably talk about it a little bit later today. How does this work? Like, I wonder why I'm like both tsunamis flower. Okay. Okay. Centaur. Vivid dream. Hitting a car with arrows. I'm not sure if I like Aza. So the thing about using words like other, another, there, in the mnemonic, it can couple with anything. So I think we need something. I think I want to change this. I want to change it to something specific. Ugh. Trying to think of how I can either break up ah and za, or I can do something like use an AC word. How many AZ words are there? Azure is not good enough. Hmm. Bazaar is the closest I can think of. I could try to use a Japanese word. Bazaar? That's not too many either. This will come up too. I think most of the kunyomis. I want to come up with a flexible system for the kunyomis. Just as a fun exercise, mental exercise. This is specifically dealing with all kunyomis. Onyomis are good. We can link them to things like proper nouns. No, that'd be. I won't linger on this too much for now. Yeah, this is not great. Maybe I can try. We can try near rhyming it. I don't particularly like near rhyming. And with a second part, like Aza. Would that make me think of Azayaka? Ugh. Wow, this one is rough. I have no. They all follow. I'll leave it as is for now. can't really think of something reasonable.
操作
Also.
2巻
探す
That's it. Um,
願意
巻く
yeah. What was the other one? Like to prepare? Or no, to wind, to wrap, to coil. Oh, okay. All the descriptions of rolling. Okay.
限界
絶望
Tetsubo.
後輩
Oh, hi.
反響
Hankyo. Hmm.
見渡す
Watasu.
無限
Again.
習慣
Yukon.
隠居
Inkyo. Inkyo. Rip. That feeling did not work out. No sir.
票
Oh,
投票する
投票する
いる 含む
かける
かける
上官
上官
一貫
一貫
時効
時効
限る
限るWhat is the... Where do I get the rare? kind of see the weakness in this. Because the reru, I think I want
なれる
nareru. Oh. Okay. All right.
"下巻
Yakan.
訴訟
Osho.
言及
Genkyu.
豊か
Yutaka.
隠す
Usu.
不況
Yo.
先輩
Senpai.
告訴
Okuso.
肥料
Irio.
気候
Oh.
変える
Kaeru. 訴
訴える
える。
捉える
追える。追える。Okay. What? Oh, wait. What? I'm thinking of something else. That's a weird wire juggle there. Huh. Am I concerned about that? Sure if I'm concerned about that.
響く
鮮魚
Thank Oh, I see. I see how I would. Yeah, I'm not too concerned about that. That's okay. Oh, whoops.
絶対
What? That was a typo.
北国
Takuni.
天候
Cool.
渡る
Wataru.
給料
Studio.
期限
Again. Oh, wait.
賞与金
Oyoki.
公営
Oe. Oe.
掛け算新鮮
Shinsen. Okie dokie. It's like yesterday. Pretty okay. This is like the minimum amounts, right? Minimum amount of repetition. Okay. Maybe this is the framework or the mindset that I have to go into when I'm thinking about what I'm going to say about the mini project from yesterday. All right, capital, wedding, friend, mix, lifeguard, both, greenhouse, mantis. Okay. Taku, yen, yo, gan, e, yo, wata, yo, suzu, yo, ke, nu, so, yo, e, ai, ho, ho, mo, po. Oh no, not, yes, not mo, actually. This is, po, mo, and po. Po, sen, yo, zoku, an, zetsu, o. And then this one kind of got lost. And it got lost again. How am I getting, so what is getting hung up? I think it's the tsunami. There's too much of a, yeah. Okay, alright. I think I can manage. Man, I, an, so, ho, ai, in, kyu, ka, kyo. Whoops, tora. Alright. So, that's a wrap for WaniKani today. if you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Right. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani, give it a try for yourself. Feel free to stop on by, share, how you're going about your language learning, some strategies, some background processing. Keep each other motivated. This won't be the only time today that we're gonna be talking about something Japanese related. That's more for later. You're always welcome. So until next time, minasan mata ne. Mite kurete arigato. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna switch and go right into my HanziHero session today. I think that this is an abbreviated session. Give me a sec. Thank you. All right, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第257天 It is day 257. Two things yesterday. Two big disappointments. Shin is right. Grandchild, right? And G. Not just any G. This G. I missed a stroke. Oof, that last one. Okay. All together. Yeah, we're good. Yep, we're good. Okay. All right, let's get into our lessons.
均衡
Jing Hang, so leveled or like equal, right? Equal, and Heng. Jing Heng. Heng is weigh, balance, leveled, weight, balance. 我们需要均衡的饮食 Yep, balancing diet. 均衡
均衡神圣
神圣神圣 God and holy, sacred, divine, holy. Fair enough. 这是一个神圣的神圣的任什么？任务。
这是一个神圣的任务。
神圣
Let me cover. Sheng is the new thing. Right.
祖先
祖先 ancestor, the previous or before, so ancestors still. 我们的祖先来自这里 came from here. 来自这里 Wait, was it 来自 Yes.
祖先
先
孤单
orphan list. Interesting. How is done being used here? I think done is a functional word, a functional character too. Kind of like a bit of a registered, a little bit. Lonely and alone. Interesting. It becomes slightly pivoted. Only one on the orphan list. Kind of a way to think about it. 他常常感到孤单. I see.
孤单
Interesting. This might be a little bit problematic. I can
树
see it.
枝
树枝 tree branch. Yeah. 这根树枝很细，或是线细，容易 break， 容易折断。
这根树枝很细，容易折断。
Yeah. It filled in. I was like reading the sentence in English while I was speaking Chinese, and I was like, wow, the only other word that can come after is break.
树枝
树枝. It's very thin. Oh, actually, I gotta double check. Yeah. See. It's very thin, so it can easily break.
均衡
均衡 忍让 啊 Oh, wait.
树枝
I don't know what I didn't look at closely what I typed there.
孤单
孤单 祖
祖先
Oh, I typed
神圣
神圣 not 神圣 After typing it, it's like, okay, I see. 孤儿 okay, 孤儿 孤儿 makes sense for orphan, okay. 那个小孩是孤儿
孤儿
orphan
祖母
祖母 Oh boy, paternal grandmother. This might be a problem. Well, not really, because of for a different reason, like the paternal and maternal part, not the grandmother part. 祖母 is fine because of also Japanese. 祖母 It's actually kind of important to know if you're referring to your paternal or your maternal, and not to miss like all them stuff. And that's like a whole anecdotal story, 2 to 3 hour anecdotal story. Every time there's like some sort of family related reunion, family function, it's like a review session on how to refer to the different family members. 祖母告诉我很多故事
祖母告诉我很多故事。
祖母 平衡点，
平衡点. Okay. Leveled weight point, equilibrium point, or balance point makes sense. 我们必须找到一个平衡点。
我们必须找到一个平衡点。
平衡点。
平衡点，
平衡。I'm gonna use balance point.
焦土，
焦土 scorched earth. Yes, burnt soil. Scorched earth, burnt soil. Okay. 火灾，这是火灾 ，yeah， 火灾 what？ 火灾让森林弯长焦土。
火灾让森林变成焦土。
Oh, 变者 that one. I'm only looking at the top. I didn't look at the bottom. Yeah, 变成 changed to scorched earth. So the fire disaster, I guess, 让 happen, like involving fire disaster, the forest turned into a scorched earth. Yeah, recognize to some extent concerning, or this.
焦土，
I'm curious if this is also used in a figurative way. 焦土. Actually, is there an example of that? Oh, there it is. Scorched earth policy. Yes.
粉红色，
粉红色 powdered. Oh, powdered red. I think. Nah, we don't have pink iro. Oh, I wonder what this is. Hold up. Nope. This doesn't. I don't think this works for Japanese. Yeah, no, not this or that's. And I don't know what. So interesting. Curious if there's an older, archaic, like a more older way of saying pinku. Let's see. Takai 一辆粉红色的车。
他开一辆粉红色的车。
Is that for 辆 Yes, vehicle or counter, vehicle counter.
粉红色
not 粉红色 right?
孤儿，
粉红色
祖母，平衡点，焦土，大西洋，
Oh, hey, we have an Atlantic Ocean. Interesting. So what would that be? Tai, or it could probably die. Daise? Daise kai? I mean, yo, not kai. Yo. It's either tie or die. It kind of sounds tie works, right? I say yo. I don't know if I got these characters are available to me in WaniKani, but I'm not sure if they did Pacific Ocean for sure, but I'm not sure about Atlantic Ocean. Interesting. Big West Ocean as opposed to flat. Oh, okay. All right. Oh, yeah, because it's east technically. Yeah. I see. 大西洋是第二大的海洋
大西洋是第二大的海洋。
大西洋。
大西洋
Okay.
捉
Oh, hey. We got Joel. This is our current unit from WaniKani. Tora. Right. Tora. Toairu. For Joel. Interesting. Joel. Alright. Joel. George Costanza is in front of the office building. Sure. Where he is trying to catch a wooden leg. Each time he gets close enough to touch it with his fingers, it runs just a bit faster. George has already sweated through his office clothes. Seems Georgie. And it seems he will never be able to catch the wooden leg that hops around on the sidewalk. We're just gonna make wooden leg is a person with a wooden leg, right? So most of the body parts have people attached to them now. Now we're imagining things attached to them. That goes with like actions that are being done, like the mouth, and then fingers dealing with grabbing, elbows, muscular arms. There's quite a lot of them. I think visibly attaching them to, instead of sometimes pigeonholing the use case for it, is right. So this one's not bad. There's only one pivot for me. So it's basically catching someone who has a peg leg, right? And well, George isn't quite the athlete, right? So you could imagine. 捉摸 to fathom. Interesting. To catch and it's kind of like groping, but grasp. So to fathom, to grasp. It's more like to grasp, like to grasp the idea of something, and then catch. Makes sense. This is the. Oh, actually, we have both of these words. I think. Oh, we have one of these words, but we have all the characters too. Right, because that's oh no, wait, that's not, just kidding, we don't have this one yet, but we do have catch. Right, hole. Oh no, we don't, because we don't have the onyomi yet. There's no onyomi for tora. At least I don't remember an onyomi for tora. No, not yet. But we do have the characters. Interesting. Obviously, this doesn't require. We have kana, right? Kana. So this might as well ceremoniously be the default for toairu, right? Toairu. 捕捉. Do we have bu? Chinese. What is that? A trellis? A trellis and fingers. Bugs Bunny? I mean, it's kind of like Patch, but it's not Patch. Yes, it's not Patch. This one we have, though. We do have more. Not in Japanese.
桌
Well, interesting.
平
Lots of things going. Oh, we have extra characters this time around. 2 extra characters. King screen. Now, are we talking about the act of screening something or a display screen? Guess we'll find out soon enough. Pinocchio. Yeah, that kind of thing is pretty fun too. Learning how like if you were learning the opposite direction, going from like Chinese to English, you also can think of English words. You know, it also triggers English problems, or maybe English thoughts. The screen, it's like in Chinese, it's like, is that to screen? Or am I looking at a screen? Or is it a screening? As in like a reflection. What are there any other screens? I think those are the 3 primary ones. Pinocchio is inside the English Manor, trying to walk down one of the many hallways. Pinocchio, English Manor, okay. In front of him is a screen made of a flag that hangs between the 2 pillars of an ornate gate. Well, that's quite an image. It has a picture of horns painted on. Pinocchio is unsure how to get past the screen, but lies and say it's no big deal. His nose extends and punctures the screen, making one of the butlers nearby mate. So this is so far a literal screen. Horns. Flags, gate, and a horn. And a screen. The horns are tough. I think I might change this a little. So maybe quite a bit. So Pinocchio is inside the English Manor. Let's say being educated by the rich folk about history. He's watching a screen that shows the showing conquerors that build gates and place flags, wearing, you know, horned helmets. Protective screen, interesting. Okay, ping, Zhang, Zhang. I don't think so. Wait, no, I don't think so. Zhang, protective, something dealing with protection. Ping mu. Ping mu. Is that mu for curtain? Oh, okay, screen curtain makes sense.
平千
Qian. Change. You have a lot of change, but I think the closest was the thing that I misread just recently. Bian and chang are the 2 changes. Or also Bian, Chang, or Hua, so sort of. Hua, sort of. Kirby is in front of the pawn shop where a cowboy Go on the road. I'm okay with this. Is preventing him from passing him. Okay. Kirby inhales a paperclip and thus changes into a giant paperclip. Oh, big paperclip. I'm not sure about that. And clips the cowboy to the ground. Oh, that's kind of cute. The cowboy thus changes his attitude and decides to let Kirby go. Not that he has a chance. So Kirby changes back to his normal form and moves back. Alright. I think I'm gonna do a little bit of a modification, but it's okay. Like, this is good, serviceable, right? Like, for me. So Kirby basically sucks up a bunch of like big objects, right? Including some paper clips, and then like launched it at the cowboy, pinning the cowboy to the ground, quickly changing his mind, right? Yeah, quickly changing his mind. Oh, then Kirby just walks on by. It's like, yeah, serves you right? Oh, there it is. 变迁. 变迁 to combine the changes. 变迁. Okay. 变迁. Oops. What? It's not 变迁, no. Oh. I'm typing the whole thing.
先
Yeah, it's just 迁.
行
You usually think of words, you know, like standalone words as the two characters together, so sometimes that can happen. 行. Interesting, 行. Closest thing I can see right now is 蹲, which is the 蹲, the right two characters together. What is the closest 行? To continue, 行? Does that look like this? Not really. Not close enough. 行 to continue or follow, something like that. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. No. 行. It's not to follow, but to continue, something like that. Oh, there's inquire as well. Am I going crazy? Oh, maybe it's just she. It could be she. Now that I think about it. There's also seek. I might be thinking about she. No. What? I don't know what I'm thinking of then. Alright, well, I guess we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Okay, Professor X is inside the sick ward of the infirmary. There's also Xing, which is I'm thinking of Xing, which is like instructions. There's a continue somewhere. I don't know which one it is. She. It's probably she. 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 Yeah, here it is. She. Xing. Professor X is inside the sick ward of the infirmary, wheeling around. Sure. He is following in a pair of eyes. So he's following in a pair of eyes that is floating around, trying to catch it. He throws a cross at it, and also a sandal, but can't catch the eye. As the other patients look on, following what he is doing, it goes out the window, and Professor X follows after it and down the cliff. Alright, we're changing this up. Okay. So Professor X is inside the infirmary. Keeping an eye. Oh, I have to throw in cliff somehow. If I'm doing this, I have to throw out. I don't know where I can. I don't know where I can fit in cliff. Cliff is kind of tough. I don't know if this is gonna work, but we'll say keeping an eye on things, so they don't fall off a cliff, right? So they don't fall off a cliff. Figurative. Made sure pick up. Make sure he followed people around, picking up crosses and sandals from patients, right? From patients and returning them. Stuff like that. I don't know about the cliff thing. The cliff thing might get lost. We'll see. To circulate. Xing Hoang. To follow in a loop to circulate. To proceed step by step. Oh, okay. Probably combine. Oh no, it's not. Xing Shu. I have Xu. Oh, that's order. Okay, Xing Shu. Jian Jing. Jian. Yeah, step by step. Yeah, Jian Jing, step by step. So to proceed, follow Xu. Follow the order step by step. Okay. Follow the order step by step to proceed step by step. I see. Xing. Yeah, Cliff gets pigeonholed by I think there's got to be a meme or something at some point. I'm gonna draw something, and if all else fails about Cliff, just imagine the thing getting thrown off a cliff. It's like, oh, you're in the basement of the English Manor. Well, you trip over and fall off a cliff in the basement. 大西洋。
大西洋。
Okay. Mm-hmm.
先。
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
寻。
Okay.
平。
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What? Oh, I missed the H.
捉。
Okay. To invade. You are a trouble combination for Japanese. But we don't have this with the leader yet. It's this right hand combination with the, I guess for this one it's the fork, crown, and folding stool. I feel like this part can definitely become another component. There's quite a lot of these. And modified versions of these, or varying by like one stroke version of these. Okay, crown. All right. Qing. Okay. All right, Kirby is in front of the infirmary, where he's preparing to invade. I don't know I don't like where this is going. He sits on the folding stool and wears a crown. As he looks at the infirmary, trying to find the best way to invade from. In front of the main door is Slender Man, who is ready to fight off Kirby's invasion. Kirby gets off the folding stool and, holding a fork in the air, charges towards... No. We're reversing it. So, because Kirby has been previously on guard duty. So Kirby is in front of the infirmary. Sitting adorably, right? Adorably on a folding stool, guarding, you know, guard duty. On guard duty. He's wearing a cute crown, as expected. A crown like headgear, right? Crown headgear. And has a fork and a fork, like a weapon fork. And seeing the incoming, the incoming invasion by Slender Man. So he readies his fork, right? Okay. The other way around. Ru Qing makes sense. Invade. Ru Qing. Qing Hai. Encroach upon. That's interesting. Encroach with arm. Invade and to erode. Is it lang? No. No lang. Qing Shi. I don't have shi. Do I? Insect and food. Not that I'm aware of.
星柱
Ooh. A pillar. You look suspiciously like something else. Oh, Chu. That makes sense. Why it kind of looks like Chu as well. George Costanza is in the bathroom of the house. Sure. Building a pillar to keep the sagging roof from falling down. Seems reasonable. He gets the trunk of a tree and lodges it between the tile floor and the ceiling. Why the trunk? It's the tree. Once the pillar is constructed, he places a lit candlestick on top. Oh, okay. That's where the trunk came from. Giving the bathroom a nice romantic lighting. All right. We're going to swap it up a little bit. So George, George Costanza is in the bathroom of the house. Notice his unkept bathroom has unkept bathroom. What should I say? Unkept. I'm kind of starting to reflect the environment. Sagging. There's a sagging and it's a sagging ceiling or a sagging roof. So he doesn't have any wood, right, for repair. So what he does is he improvises a pillar by taking long-standing candlesticks, long-standing wooden candlesticks. Yeah, he just improvises by using long-standing wooden candlesticks. Okay, stone pillar makes sense. 石柱, and then 柱子. Okay, standard
柱
stuff.
宅
Jai, oh, home, dwelling. Okay, fair enough. Does this have house? We'll put home. Oh. Okay. James Bond is inside on of the, that's a typo. Oh. Inside on of the, he's inside the hallways of the high school. Okay. Where he's making a top secret dwelling in the high school to lay low for a while. All right. When nobody is looking, he drops a fur ball that turns into a life-size dollhouse, which he then enters before turning back into a fur ball. One high school student saw him and can't believe his eyes, nor that James would live in such a strange dwelling. Okay, that's not going to be here. Dollhouse is becoming more of a enclosure, right? We're pivoting a little bit. Dollhouse is kind of too specific. It's more like a house, but not to be confused with the other type of house. But I don't think either. If you consolidated 家 with that component right there, it still works. Like for the most part, they don't overlap too often when it comes to mnemonics. So we're gonna go with James Bond is inside the high school on a secret tracking a strange creature, right? And that's usually by fur balls around. Maybe he's just tracking a cat because he's that. It's a little bit whimsical, but maybe it's a precious cat for his mission, right? Tracking a strange, tracking a, let's just say, a precious pet. That's part of his mission, and he's using like a thing that tracks the fur balls or fur, but while also having a secret dollhouse dwelling or safe room, yes, / safe room. Okay, good enough. Jai, and it's one of the kids, maybe one of the kids' pets. Oh, yeah, that's right. Jai. This would be the first time I would see Jai or mansion. How Jai. Now, is this any different now? Oh no, now it's weird. Unrestrained dwelling. That makes sense. But it's kind of funny to look at it. Oh, and then 住宅, of course. Live dwelling.
宅
宅
秀
秀. Hey, sold it. So we finally got sold it. 秀. Xena is in the bathroom of the bakery, wearing a woman's suit. Okay. She washes some flour off of her sleeves of her suit with water from the sink, and suddenly the water causes some green things to sprout from her sleeves. She cuts off the sprouts from the sleeves of her suit with her sword and heads towards the door. Huh. Sprout. Suit. I mean, it's kind of funny that the solution is to just whack off the sleeve, which makes kind of it's very Xena-y. Maybe a stain from I don't know, the sprouts that are included in the baked good or something, but I can deal with it. This is fine. 袖 令袖 Interesting. Collar, blue collar, sleeve, leader. You know what this kind of reminds me of? This kind of reminds me of President. That same pivot is like a weird pivot. Collar, sleeve. Interesting. That's gonna be a little tough. A pocket size. 袖珍. Oh no, 袖珍. Sleeve. Wait. No. 珍. Sleeve. Precious. Okay, I'm gonna need some help on those.
秀供
Boom, to pay tribute. We have pay respect. Not gung. Okay. Oh no. The shellfish and the crossbeam. I think crossbeam is starting to become a little rough too. Crossbeam. But shellfish, easily. Easily top 5. Shellfish. Alright. Gandalf is in the bathroom of the temple where he has come to pay tribute to a holy shellfish monk that lives in the hot spring there. Oh gosh. Alright. He pulls out a limited edition tobacco pipe shaped like a crossbeam and places it before the shellfish in order to pray. Oh, okay. I almost want to make crossbeam into like a monolith or something. Like even a statue or something like that. It feels like it often deals with being an object, like a structure that is important to the mnemonic. So I know it looks like a crossbeam, but a crossbeam could be like a monolith, a pillar even. All right, figurative pillar. So, let's see. So, bathroom of the temple. Gandalf is in the bathroom of the temple. Yeah. Paying tribute by way of shellfish. Like, because shellfish is a form of currency, is what we're using. Shellfish. By an altar, sure. Like, shellfish at an altar surrounded by ornate crossbeams. Or pillars. I am basically interchanging them. Gong, let me guess, xian. Gong qian. Yep. To contribute. Tribute, to donate. To pay tribute by donating. Whoops.
Gong.
Okay. Alright. What? Oh. Whoops. I typed the wrong thing there. I think this one is a bit rough. Yeah.
秀
Chill. Oops. Okay.
住
Oh, I'm thinking of Zhu, like Zhu as in to live in. Yeah. That is the same thing too. Interesting. How did I mess this? Oh, I'm typing the wrong initial. Tai. Not Tai. Tai. Okay.
供 宅
Okay.
星
All right. Okie dokie. Let's get into it. Don't know yet.
日报，
北京日报，
北京日报。Okay.
赶，
It is dare to. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Oh. I hit 2 instead of 3.
叫，理解，
你要理解他的感情。
理解。Logic. Understand? I guess understand is better than solve. I really thought this was like wave. Or yeah, like, or am I? Oh, no. That doesn't look right. So what? Huh. Hmm.
补考，
为补考做准备。
Hmm.
确保，
请确保你带着身份证。
Oops. That's actually kind of funny.
伟人，
这里埋葬着一位伟人。
I swear it. What? Hold on. What does this? What is this trying to say though? 街头. Oh, okay. No. We're fine.
西
So it's not what I okay. Long is fine. Long, and then
流浪
流浪街头，
别浪街头 like a crest or a wave. It's probably a wave. Okay.
数据
我们需要更多数据。
I don't know. I don't know yet.
谈话
请不要打断我们的谈话。
手术
病人在手术后需要休息。
Hand art? Sick? Ooh. 手术. What the? I don't see how that fits the sentence. The thing I'm thinking of doesn't really fit the sentence very well. So let's try to pivot. It's gone. Oh, no, wait. It's back. It's gone. It's back. 盒饭
盒饭
我今天吃了盒饭。
总数
算在总数内。
or total. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that's evidence. Number evidence? Oh, data.
改组
公司决定改组部门。
Or reorganize, that's fine. I swear this is like... Ay. What in the... Not that. Huh.
简单
事情并不像你想象的那么简单。
平
That's not how you spell proof. It's fine. Oh. Oh. What is that? What? I'm gonna say... Dang it! What is that? That looks like... Okay, I think I have an idea. It's not? Another way to say blowing wave. I feel like this is just art or handcraft or engineering or oh wait, this says this says sick people. Sick people something after doing this need to rest, right? And it has something to do with working or hand doing art like crafts and stuff, but it could be interpreted as work here. They're doing some sort of work and they need to rest after. And I thought this was like they're looking outside. I think we're gonna give up this. I swear I typed Jewel before, alright. It's to pursue, right? Okay, I don't need it. It's fine.
越来越
天越来越冷了，
And then I don't know, handcraft? Surgery. Oh my gosh, it's surgery. Yeah, that's right. Do I have to worry about this? That's kind of important. I think surgery is. It's unfortunate that surgery is referred to as hand related things, which can be misconstrued as crafts, which is going to be a problem. And because it's using hand in art, it can be thought as fine arts or crafts, which is Japanese. Well, I guess we might as throw on. What was the other one? Jewel pool. Jewel pool. That's just to like pursue or chase after. And then I don't really know what they're going for this way. Like wavering, wander. Okay, that's fine.
逐步实现我们的目标。
Chase is fine. Step by step. Oh, Yeah, alright, sure. Step by step. I think progressively that's somewhat in step at a time, I guess. It's kinda it's to pursue something, but let's see, 逐步实现我们的目标。Okay. I mean, I'll take it. Still the same too. What? Oh. 开玩笑。
开玩笑，
他喜欢开玩笑，
深
Ooh. Gonna. Now, this one. Oh, no. No.
变
What? It's not T. But T kind of looks like it. I thought this was... Oh, wait. No?
堵住
厕所马桶堵住了。
堵住。厕所啊。I don't remember how "do" works. I thought it was... It's not block. No, I think this needs help. It's the left one. It's not the right. Oh, it is blocked up. Oh, it's just blocked. I don't understand this sentence then. The toilet is blocked. Where does the matong? I don't know how matong works. I think this is a pass. It's fine. It doesn't change my
想法
想法。
你有什么想法？
It's really just think, but it's like opinion, but it's really just think or thoughts as well. Like, what are your thoughts? Opinions could be there too, but fine.
意志
人民的意志。
or will. Okay, that's fine. I'm not so sure about the step-by-step thing.
伪
Not sure about that. Still don't know the family member. Oh, right. I didn't add scooter to this. It's road.
含
Oops. That's Bao. I'm gonna add scooter to. Okay. Oh, we kind of done goof yesterday on this.
网站
汉字英雄是个很棒的网站。
抵抗
我们必须抵抗这个威胁。
This is like maternal, right? Maternal. We'll say like it's maternal grandmother. I think that's the family member. So how do I... And it's not using... Nai, right? Oh no, but it could be... I don't see how the skin thing works. No, maybe it's maternal aunt? Oh no, wait. No. Ah! Oh, that's the wrong act. That's the wrong tone. Oh boy. I'm gonna say
举
okay.
宝
Okay.
人人
人人都喜欢吃苹果。
Okay. Ah! Oh. Ah!
外婆
我喜欢听外婆讲故事。
I still think it's maternal grandmother. Okay. Okay. All right, we're getting somewhere.
损失
我们必须减少损失。
Or I get lost with loss. LOSS and LOSE. That's an English problem.
抗议
他们抗议政府的决定。
It is dispute, but they're looking for protests. So what happened here? I get a D for season and this. Bit of a mix-up. And it's gone. And it's definitely not Xiang. The child is the sticking point, right? I think I'm gonna give on this. It's Lee. It's heckin' pear or no, plum. Wait, I have 2 plums. No, I don't have 2 plums. So Lee. We're gonna change this up because we no longer do trees in the middle of places. So Link is in the basement of the house, hanging out with a childhood friend, say a young friend, like a child friend, and he brought a wooden container of plums. I guess maybe like he foraged. That he foraged. Okay. Make it a little bit more Link. Or he could have purchased by the local market with rubies or something.
股票
我不了解股票。
Oh man, that's rough. Stocks is rough.
渠道
我们需要更多的销售渠道。
迷宫
这个迷宫很复杂。
One of these days, I hope that complacency doesn't find Twitch being being so negligent about removing constant view botting services. It kind of sucks that I constantly see it too. Despite filtering it out for like months now, and then over the course of years, they still constantly just show up. 미공. How am I screwing this up? Oh, I typed the same thing. How am I screwing that up right now?
拐点，
疫情已经到达了拐点。
It's Thorn and Saber. Instead of 刺. It's stab as well, but maybe just thorn. We're just gonna add stab for this. Oops, that's Japanese.
反抗，
人民反抗了不公平的政策。
Or revolt, yeah, and then there's protests.
洒水壶，
他用洒水壶浇花。
患者，
医院里有很多患者。
汤勺，
汤勺在厨房里。
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hmm.
煤，
How did that work?
明， 目力，
他的目力非常好。
Like personality, goal, aspirations, 目力. Oh no, that's just sight. Power of sight. Just sight, actually. Interesting. It kind of also sounds like that person's vision, but not in a literal way, but a figurative way. Oh, what was he doing? This is from yesterday, so he was kind of diffusing the problem. We're just gonna get a pass on this. Oh, it's just plum. Wow, it is plum. So wait, I do have 2 plums. Interesting. So it was plum. This is the plum that I'm thinking of. Huh. And then both plums.
李，
Yeah. So I did have another plum. I just didn't think of it when I was reviewing yesterday all the fruits we had. Huh. I guess we can tie them together now. They'll reinforce each other. I wonder what the difference is. Holy, it's eyesight. Okay. What? Oh, I hit the G instead of the Q. That happens.
"战略
我们需要制定一个新的战略。
Okay.
奏
Um.
"央
Oh, that's Jie. Dang it! I went for it. Didn't work.
勺子
勺子在锅子里，
建筑师
他想成为建筑师。
卖
Heck. Like it's in disarray, but I don't. This gets a pass too. It's from yesterday. It's one of the wheat. Yeah, this one sucks too. And it's kind of tough because the stuff is it's lost in it. We tried, but those are the two recent ones. Don't have to go over recent ones. Okay. So my is what is the mess? Okay, what is
抢救
我从树上抢救了3只猫。
It's search and rescue. Just search and rescue is part of rescuing. Uh,
水渠
他们在建设一条新的水渠。
预测
我预测世界会结束。
Could have sworn this is like not in the basement. Oh wait, no, is it? No. Huh.
"抄录
这份文件需要抄录到电脑里。
Alright, that's fine. I don't think so, but oh no, it's not. It's not. Good. That would have confused the heck out of me. How that works. What? Hold up. Oh, I've got the shuai. Okay. We'll try to remember it tomorrow.
Sang.
Yeah, I'm losing the translation now for most of these. Yeah, double down on the emphasis on the word. That's from yesterday too. That's 3-drop translation. Giving.
Fan.
Oh. It's not quite slip. It's like
举
sort of.
中
Oh, I added an A there. Oh no. Oh no, I think it's
包含
这份文件包含了重要的资讯。
it's preserve, protect, and take. Oh no, I don't want to talk about it. It's fine. That's correct. I was being too rash. Got a problem with this too, right?
俗
A little bit.
借
Yeah. And then yeah, this is package contained in package inside or kept or held keeps, yeah.
鼓励
老师常常鼓励我们努力学习。
like encourage or inspire, sure. And then accidentally added an A.
棍 矿
It's fine.
线
That's fine.
儿童
我们需要保护儿童。
That's fine.
鞋盒
我找不到我的鞋盒了。
和
So he like picks it up. Right. Oh no, that's not it. That's the one. Maybe like it's like slippage or loss. Okay, it's a slip of the mind. Notice. Oh, that's because I didn't add loss to anything. Oh, someone lost. Yeah. Notice. I'm just gonna write that instead. notice a lost. I was thinking more like slipping of the mind, so kind of like losing track of something. I just couldn't get another way to express it. No sentence involved, obviously.
烂
Okay.
科
That one's weird.
傻
It is fool, but stupid is fine, but fool is acceptable too.
放弃
放弃不是最好的选择。
Hmm. Hmm.
奔跑
小狗在公园里奔跑。
Hmm.
肤浅
现代社会很肤浅。
耳
That one's weird.
感恩节
我们在感恩节一起吃饭。
What? Oh, I keep typing 2 for that. Oh, it's gone. I just lost it. Oh, no. I'm gonna say... Son of a bee sting.
湖潜力
这个项目有很大的潜力。
止咳
Oh, that's
喝
so
热水
co-
有助于止咳。
That is so hard. Ke is not great. I thought it was like a kid on a poodle, right? Kid on a dog throwing plates. What? Oh, wait. I know what it is. I think I know what it is.
幻想
不要活在幻想中。
幻想.
特
Uh,
猛
oh.
挂帅
他总是愿意挂帅。
What? What? Alright. I really thought that was it.
压
but-
扁，
okay.
他把塑料瓶压扁了。
What? Hang on, I have problems with the right one. Oh, yesterday, yes.
平凡，
这是一个平凡的错误。
No, I don't remember. Oh no, oh no. Wait. It's yes.
存款，
我有一个存款户头。
地，
Oh no. Today is pretty rough, but it feels pretty alright.
堵车，
我讨厌堵车。
Like overall, oops, traffic jam. I forgot to type jam.
东奔西走，
他为了找工作东奔西走。
Like overall, it's still pretty good. Yeah, still pretty good
串，
so far. Didn't fall off the face of the cliff or something like that. What? Oh, it's fine. You know, this one, I really thought. Uh, 他总是愿意花帅。 What? Yeah, take charge, take command. Why didn't that? Why didn't that trigger the thing? Huh. Okay. I thought this was... I might be thinking of that not correctly.
蔬菜，
蔬菜非常健康。
Interesting.
冻结，
湖面已经完全冻结了。
冷冻，
冷冻食物很方便。
No, it's not it.
频率，
请调整收音机的频率。
Man. Huh. Oh, wait. Yeah, no, that's fine.
羽绒服，
他买了一件新的羽绒服。
空，贵宾，
我们欢迎每一位贵宾。
缺陷，
它的设计有明显的缺陷。
What the heck? The heck is this? I don't. What is that? Hold. Oh.
笨，
Okay. I really thought it was Lao, but it's not. Hmm. Excuse me. Oh.
过敏，
Oh. Okay. Man, my gut feeling is really not paying off today. Ooh, oh, go, man. Wow. I need to stop.
赔偿，
他们得到了赔偿。
It's definitely not that. It
容，
okay. Don't quite remember how the tree. Oh, it's a halo. Hmm. Halo.
书柜，
我想买一个新的书柜。
What? Oh, wait. That's just a bookshelf.
中央，
我需要去中央车站。
夺目，
这件衣服颜色夺目。
颜色夺目. Or dazzling.
哲学，
他研究古代哲学。
小扁豆，
他用小扁豆做了一道印度菜。
茄，
That's pretty loose. That's pretty loose.
沙漠，
沙漠中的星空非常美丽。
Why does this not work? No.
聚集，忙，福，碍事，
请把那张椅子移开，免得碍事。
有景，
这家
细菌，
细菌可以引起疾病。
What? Oh, dang it. YOLO?
搞，
Alright. We're recovering.
真菌，
这种真菌会引起过敏。
急，
Oh no. Oh no. um Oops. I don't.
盼，陷入，
我不想陷入爱情。
I thought it was edit. So it's not. We have plow. That's the bamboo. Yeah, seeing it naked is not great. It needs to be attached to a vocabulary word, and I can't think of a vocabulary word. Oh, no. No. Yeah, I'll just give up on this. Records, that's right. That's the miniature stuff. Oh, this one was... Ending with this is kind of disappointing. I'm gonna change this up because it sucks. Let's see. Yeah. I have a different thing in mind and it's nowhere near this. So Jimmy inside the house made a miniature simulation. of his bamboo forest, of his bamboo farm. This simulation included him plowing and laying turf under the sun and planting bamboos. Right? A miniature simulated record of the life of his bamboo farm. Right. Okay. Records, that's fine. About average. This is still roughly about average. Okay. Let's go over stuff. How's today's set? Today's set is so I gotta focus on the translation now. My mnemonics that I make up are falling to translation because they're not reliant on the translation. We gotta remember the keywords. Maybe embellish the keywords. So let's take a look at this. Okay. This checks out. Cool. This checks out too. Tian. Not Tian. Qing. This one can get lost. Tian. A little bit. This one is a tight squeeze. This is probably the worst one. Because I need a pivot for the cliff. Xing. Pivot for the cliff and the meaning. The meaning in general is kind of tough. This one's a bit of a pivot too. But it's part of the mnemonic. So Xing. This one's pretty good. It has a negation though. Zhu. No. Zhuo. Oh, this is equally as so Xun and Xiu. Xiu is probably the weakest. Not much of Gandalf is in this. I just realized I didn't put much of Gandalf in this. We'll come back to it if it becomes a problem. This one's okay. Okay. So the Xavier, these two. Alright. 均衡树枝孤单祖先神上孤儿so hard to see that. 粉红色祖母平衡点焦土大西洋 Alright, so we have James Bond. No, not James Bond. George Costanza. In the bathroom of his house. Notice a sagging roof, so he improvised by taking some wooden standing candlesticks, and jamming it up there, right? Make some pillars, support pillars. And we have Kirby, who's in front of the infirmary, sitting on a folding stool with some headgear and a fork, waiting for the impending invasion, guarding against the impending invasion of Slenderman. Okay. Then we have Kirby, who's outside the pawn shop, looking to purchase something, but was obstructed by a cowboy. So Kirby along the road, cowboy along the road. So Kirby decided to suck up a bunch of things, like a big paper clips, and shooting at the cowboy, quickly changing his mind by pinning him to the ground and letting him pass. We have Professor Xavier, who's in the infirmary once again. This time he's following people around, making sure things don't fall off a cliff, right? An organization, picking up loose crosses and keeping an eye on people's belongings like sandals. Okay, then we have Pinocchio, who is in the English manor, being educated on screen about the times of conquerors, wearing hooded helmets or horned helmets, planting flags, and building gates. Tokyo is learning about humans, right? Then we have George Costanza again, who's outside of the office, who's running out of the office in pursuit of someone, right? In pursuit of someone trying to catch him. This someone has a peg leg, a wooden leg, and he almost caught, every time he almost caught him, you know, grasping with his fingers, that person manages to escape and pick up the pace. Then we have Xena, who is taking a bathroom break, stepping out to take a bathroom break. Notice a bunch of like stains from sprouts, like grass stains on her suit. Water didn't help, so instead she basically just took her sword and cut off the sleeves. Then we have Gandalf in front of the temple. No, Gandalf in the bathroom, or like the spring stuff in the temple, on a, I guess on a like magical journey, right? On a quest. On a quest to pay respects to a neighboring temple, at a neighboring temple. And how he does this is by offering some shellfish at an altar surrounded by very elaborate crossbeams or pillars. And we have James Bond, who is infiltrating a high school, tracking a precious fur ball. And while he's there, he has a secret safe house disguised as a dollhouse. That's good enough. Alright, we have 2 vocabulary words. There's no way around them. They just happen to be that. Cryptic a bit. Oh no. What is the middle shoe part? Is it? I don't think it's that. Dang it. I lost shoe. It's a tree, not... I'm thinking of something else, actually. Shoe. Shoe. Surgery. There's no way around it. You just gotta know shoulder surgery. And then bu. I don't know why this took me so long. I wasn't really paying attention. Other than I knew what I was trying to say, but I didn't know what it was. Maybe my boo is weak. Boo. Step by step. I gotta take the step literally to get boo. Okay, and Lee. This was a long time coming. Lee. Which is plum. But now I have May. So we can add May and Lee together. And then record or records. Unfortunate. We rewrote it though. So how does this work now? Bamboo farm. And plowing it. Spreading the turf. Either the sun. Let's see. Records. All right. It's a wrap for HanziHero today. You can watch this later. 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along. HanziHero, give it a try yourself. I'm always welcome to come on by, do some chatting, exchange some ideas, brainstorm some strategies, right? Keep each other motivated, as always. So until next time, 大家下次见. 感谢观看. Thank you for watching. I'm gonna wrap the day up with kind of wrapping up a mini project I started yesterday. I wasn't expecting it to be that short, so lots of yapping forthcoming. Gonna try something different, a little bit different this time, about this like ongoing, it's a solicited project. I'm making commentary on a potential another language learning related tool, I wouldn't say tool slash game slash app, so it's kind of relevant to all the things we're doing prior, only I feel like this is more going to be a constructive piece. So that's after on Kotoba dash, right? Anyways, until then, I'm gonna get up, take a quick break, stretch, bathroom break, and I'll be back. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone. I didn't think I was going to do this very quickly, but I collected my thoughts yesterday. I had like so many thoughts, but I've come up with a proposition, right? Some directions that could use the major question I was asking myself from yesterday, which was the start of the mini project. I figured it'd be like a 3-day thing, but it's gonna end today. So it's the proposition is gonna address why I feel I have sufficient experience for this. This is gonna be our usual thing. It's the end of our mini project, which the last time I had like a 1-day mini project was the game by Happy Games or Hello Games, the light game, the campfire game. This is kind of like similar to that in a different way. When it comes to, it's not the length, it's more like the concept, right? So yesterday we started Kotoba Dash, right? I did my opening opinions, talked about optics and expectations and how they're going to meet those if what I'm looking for is met, or the major archetypes, right? And today, it took about, I think we spent like 15 or 20 minutes with the game loop, and then lots and lots of thoughts. I had so many thoughts, like, where's this going? Maybe I can try to capture the aspect of the developer's intent and offer maybe a constructive brainstorm for its direction, right? So let's go into it and do our candid conclusions, right? My typical structure of my candid conclusions. And then all will make sense in time, right? So today I do want to first start with, right, I'm gonna get our candid conclusions. And I'm going to add okay. So I'm going to add an extra thing for moving forward in my candid conclusion section for solicited projects. So things that are solicited. Because the last time that's related to this type of thing was Wagotabi, right? And I didn't lean hard into this, which is a constructive criticism section. So let's go, and we're going to structure it this way. First, we're going to do our usual facts. So I usually call this, like, by the numbers, right? Facts. So that lays our foundation of where the next commentary will come from, right? Then we move over to archetypes. So archetyping. I'm getting a bit better at my keywords. So archetyping. And what I used during our opening opinion was the gamer and the language learner, right? And I think this still holds up for my use case. Then it will be my personal anecdotes, right? My personal concerns. So this will be, I still need a word for this. I'll just say personal. My personal stuff. This involves like anecdotes, right? Anecdotes, prior experience, or anecdotes, opinions, right? Anecdotes and opinions. And then lastly, I want to add one last section, and that is going to be what I'm gonna temporarily call backseat brainstorming. I'm a big fan of alliteration. So we're going to call this temporarily backseat brainstorming. And this deals largely with constructive criticism. And I haven't done this I kind of lean towards it and hint at it, but I haven't done any constructive criticism because generally I feel that I am very underqualified, right? I err on the side of humbleness and overestimating the people that I interact with, because generally I'm not solicited for any advice, or people don't solicit me and ask me for my experience and my input. They typically ask me for how I feel, like what do I like it or something, or the consumption of a product is at most, because generally the people who are presenting the product overwhelmingly have more experience than I do. At least that's how I feel most of the time. This is a very different situation, and it calls for some constructive criticism. And the reason why I don't consider my previous entries and stuff having any form of constructive criticism, they are critiques and commentary, because I don't have any input on it. Like, I'm not constructing something. I'm not proposing potential directions and conceptual changes and whatnot. I'm usually making commentary on what they might do in the future, or their direction, or try to capture their perspective, right? Like, I often say, like, maybe the developer intended this, and then this is what the archetypes would think and expect of stuff. So it's a lot of conjecture and commentary and observation. Rarely am I suggesting things like this is something to be added or strongly suggested to meet standards, right? So in this case, this offers me an opportunity to see if I can present cogent argument, maybe in a narrative form, but this is probably more of a suggestion, like different takes, and still relatively not a narrative. I'm not painting a narrative here, like, oh, this game should be this, so you should do the following. It's more like, these are potential things to make use of what is available now. So the focus is to build on top of what is available. How do you find the best way to take what you understand, or what I understand about the dev, right? What they have built, and use it to the max. Like, think of as many clever ways of thinking like what the dev has already done, and then how do you arrange it in a way to maximize the use of it. And I often love this, because the one thing about me when it comes to brainstorming is I like making lemonade figuratively. That's what I do. I make things work, right? If I'm given something, some hurdles and restraints, I want to make it work different, oftentimes with the goal of making it better, but often it doesn't oftentimes make it better, but different, right? So I really enjoy it, because it's like playing a video game, like a survival horror game or something, and you have to make do with less. So how do you make more with less? And that's what we're going to go for this. It's not to say, I'm not capturing the idea that this project was worth less than more. It's how do we maximize the value of it, right? And still use all the things we know about the facts, the archetypes, the optics that I understand, and make it coincide with the developer's vision, right? That is usually how the stuff goes. So these are our things. So in order to do that, we have to set our facts. So this game predominantly, let's write down the stuff that this game has. I'm gonna quote games here. It is offered to me or is solicited to me as a game, right? And we talked about the optics already, so we're not gonna go over those though. Some of the keywords that I want to focus on, some of the key features that I want to focus on is there is one primary game loop. Actually, there's only one at the moment. So the facts are one game loop. Right? And that game loop is designed this way. So you have a box setup. You have the kanji or the Japanese word up here. Right? And you have your English answers down here, right? And the goal is to move your unit to the correct answer. Now there are specific pseudo things. So we have a livestock up here. And then we have a score, an overall score. And when the overall score per answer is ranging from 1 to 4 points, which pops up next to the score. And then there's a timer. There's a hidden timer here that blinks, right? And that's it. That is the primary game loop, right? So without, this is pure facts by the numbers. This is it. That's it for the game loop part. It has one reference list. So also one reference list. And this reference list is subcategorized into verbs, nouns, adverbs, and adjectives. Right? And it is sprawling across N5 to N1. And it's non-comprehensive. Right, so non-comprehensive. This is, of course, looking at the game loop, it is translational based. And it does include kana. The reference includes kana. Now, one thing, it's when in terms of the primary game loop, it is tiered based, or it is binned. I'm not gonna say tier. It's binned. Binned is gonna be a great. Bin is gonna be a word that comes up a lot because I think the central point of the dynamics of the game is due to this binning process. And in order to use that and maximize that design language, I'm going to use binned a lot. The bins for this is that the quote-unquote difficulty is binned. And I have a contention for this. I think difficulty is really misleading and it's a misrepresentation. But well, for now, it is cited as difficulty, and it's been to N5, N4, N3, and then N2, N1. And then there is a question mark, which is probably cycling between the three. Like you click on it, it's 3. And it offers one. So the one game loop is also called classical. So classical or classic mode, right? This is the one game loop. And I'm actually even talking about the game loop itself, but it's classified as classic mode. And we're not options are bare minimum. That's perfectly fine, like TLC stuff. And then we're not going to talk about music, art, and assets. Maybe a little bit, but those are bonus points. So what you have here is that's it, right? This is what is offered. Now there is some movement components. So this is offered as in a action game. Now that means that there is a movement. So there is movement in the game. Now we'll come back to movement in a bit. But the movement is simply you go left, right, and then there's a dash button, right? There is the form of a dash, which is shift. Now there are ways to elevate the use of movement, especially when you're talking about indie games where movement is the major component. In fact, my last game I played was Shogun Showdown, and that was a turn-based movement, and it still feel like action, right? So we'll talk about a little bit about that in a bit. So this is it. That's what Kotoba Dash to me is captured. And this is a little bit different because I haven't been in a position where what I would classify this as a lot of times is this is not necessarily, I'm gonna say, to be really frank, I think the thinking behind this is your classical minimalistic approach, right? Minimalistic approach. However, the problem I'm having right now is why I added constructive criticism is that minimalistic approach typically means that it has the fundamentals. And fundamentals are often gauged by standards, right? You have standards. And I don't necessarily think this has reached that standard, right? I think this is still holds true. It's minimalistic, right? And it's trying to grasp the standards. That's what I think is true. So now let's go into some archetypes. And we'll highlight what I mean by the standards. So, I think we're gonna use 2 shades of green here. Let's so we have the gamer, right? And then we have the language learner. Now, if I'm thinking about these 2 archetypes, let's start with the gamer. So this is when it's trying to think about a minimalistic approach, like what are the basic essentials? What are the fundamental essentials for qualifying a game that is an action game? Movement is fantastic. That is like the minimal need for movement, right? However, oftentimes one thing that I've encountered, and I did confirm that this is so one of the things that I was a little bit worried about is maybe I don't have the current build of the game, but this is in what I'm describing here is the current build. So this build is current. And the reason why is I noticed this really weird thing, or not necessarily weird, but unexpected thing, where when you're selecting this movement, after a answer is selected, right, your character pops back to neutral. As in, you select and your character just snaps back into the middle thing. This might help orient, right? Make sure to orient the movement so that the movement is repetitious. Like you move to the top left, move to the top right. So that's like you're looking at a screen, you hit 1, 2, 3, 4, right? When you want top left, you hit 1. When you want top right, you hit 2, and then 3, and then 4, right? So instead of this, you hold 2 corner directions like WD, WA, AS, SD, and then you hit space for dashing, right? That's a great way to create like a different type of speed. This is more like a momentum of answering questions, but that is not quite distinguishable from a flashcard system, because a flashcard system incorporates those things too. In action game, when it comes to movement and stuff, in an archetype, there must be a sense of momentum. So momentum is strangely absent. So one of the criticisms about this is there's no, in order to create momentum, you need permanence, in my opinion. So I was told by the developer after emailing that the early build of the game had the character retain its position. Like retain its position after selecting. So, and then you would have to like move from that position. But I can kind of see why they teleported back the character, because I need to be a little bit more cleaner with these strokes. It's going to get a little bit dicey. So, the one of the builds that I saw in the trailer, which, for the record, the trailer should be up to date. Like that's another concern, but we'll talk about that later. They retain their position, and then you can like resume to go to other answers, right? But the thing that could create a problem is double selecting an item, double selecting an answer, right? The way to speed up the response is to TP back your character so that it's not colliding with the next prompt. Right, I can understand why that's done, where your character teleports back, because if your character is still here, it might accidentally select this. It's a pragmatic problem, right? In order to make this momentum thing happen, this permanence, you have to create a null condition. The character block has to leave the area and then hit the area again. So it can create an awkward situation where the answer is like by random chance, the answer you selected for the last one is also in the same position of the second one. Now, hear me out. There is a solution to this that I feel is a lot more, or there's a constructive criticism about this that is a lot more action oriented, okay? And that does include some asset generation. But for now, I would say a gamer's first criticism is there's no object permanence for your movement. So if you're playing an action game, having a character just jarringly reset itself to neutral, that is opposite of momentum. It actually makes the game feel like there's no movement. So this design, in my opinion, creates no movement. Your movement is negated. You start heading in one direction and suddenly you reset back to 0 speed and in neutral position. That is taking away momentum. Your momentum is gone and you have no permanence in your movement. So there's no sense of speed or any movement whatsoever. In fact, you could replace this with 1, 2, 3, and 4, and it would have very similar movement, because it would have very similar speed, because the speed is the rate you answer the question. Like how fast you can get the right answer. But And at the cost of that, the whole idea of an action move is removed. It's gone. It's actually faster if you remove the entirely moving character and just click 1, 2, 3, and 4, which is what makes WaniKani, Duolingo, and them the way they are. They don't necessarily need a character because you yourself are the action character. Now, in this case, this is trying to present it as a character interaction. So for now, what I would say, a gamer, from a gaming perspective, there's no movement. So it's for sake of no movement, no action. Right? So it fails on the, in my opinion, from a gamer perspective, the whole idea of it's not adding anything to the flashcard experience because there's no movement in it. The movement is negated by its design, right? And the other way of depicting movement is having the background move. So the character is moving in space, but the way this is designed, we're not going to talk about that because it's designed to have a static location, and that's perfectly fine because there are different things to do for static locations. So in this case, no movement. That's one of the biggest knocks on the foundation of what, so we're only going to concern what it has, not what it doesn't have, right? What it should have. That's when I will come in with a constructive criticism. But for this, no momentum. So there's a lack of momentum and there's a lack of permanence, right? While you're moving, so there's no feeling of action whatsoever. It's very static. So now that kind of negates one of the first parts of the game. Is it engaging with no movement or no action that goes beyond the flashcards? The answer is probably no to someone who's a gamer, someone's looking for that, right? Now let's talk about some of the language learning aspects. Usually, I wouldn't say a gamer is looking for language learning application, but I'll have something that unifies them. I think for now, let's look at some of the language learning aspects. So we have, the gameplay loop, right? We talked about the gameplay loop, which is supposed to be action oriented. Now let's talk about language learning. So language learning, will come to the binning process in a bit. When it comes to language learning, minimalistic is the foundational stuff is that your reference has to be comprehensive. So one of the downsides of this is not comprehensive, right? And one of the basic foundations is that it has to be beginner friendly. At minimum, beginner friendly. And to be beginner friendly, it requires a learning curve. Well, there's no learning curve. To a language learner, this is guess and check, which is the bottom line. So it's the fundamentals, guess and check, just guess and check. That is not a learning curve. That is spinning the wheel, right? At least from a language learning perspective. There's often some sort of implicit design for learning or an explicit design for learning, right? And it's not comprehensive. Usually it's at most comprehensive and also cumulative, which this is not as well because it is binned. The stuff is binned, right? It does have a reference, but there are other things that should come about. But what is there does not meet the requirements of the standards of language learning for the most part. Translations, translation based in kana. I would say kana My first thought would be an archetype. Kana is not presented as furigana. So when it comes to reading and presentation, right, furigana is a lot more normalized. So when the way the text is oriented, it's more like a English perspective. It's using parentheticals. So what is presented here is that the entry is, you have the natural. So you have the natural entry, say like I don't know. They have ireru, right? And then it would be next to it. Right? But generally speaking, this type of format is more English oriented. Most of the instead incorporating furigana, or actually it's actually just this. You put the e on top. So ireru, right? Wait, did I write this? I wrote this improperly. My bad. That's a little embarrassing, huh? Wait. Yes. So ireru, right? It's presented as furigana. Furigana would be a way, and you can toggle it on and off if you want. That would be the option, right? You can toggle. So to make something beginner friendly, there's a lack of flexible options. So often there's a toggle for furigana. On and off a dictionary, on and off in the game is a bare essential, right? And the extra bonus points would be adding nomaji, but that is purely optional to bridge the whole thing. So furigana on and off. And instead of presenting, in my opinion, this would be very... The reason is when you're reading stuff and you're reading text and whatnot, it would not be presented this way as well. And it can be something that can condition that's not representative of its target language, which happens quite often. This is the natural representation of the stuff. This is taking it from the perspective of a language learner, the language learner archetype that I am very familiar with. So I'm sure this would be an early criticism of how the text is presented. Now, there are other things that in language learning that happens quite often, and that is it can be seen in the reference. So color code. There's a lack of a color code. Most language learning things, verb, noun, adverb, and adjective have a color code. And utilizing color code would also be useful here, right? But right now it's absent in the game, so we're not going to say what is it that's here that would be useful. I think English translations, that's going well into deep. So these would be the obvious things that are in the game that would probably draw criticism. And now here's one other thing. This is probably the bulk of my considerations, and it's the binning process. So the binning process is connected with both gamers. So now we're talking about both gamers and language learners. or both, or it has to be either both or one or the other. This is one of the fundamentals that I feel the game will be missing or kind of lack overall between both parties. And it's inherently dealing with how the game is presenting what its difficulty is. So, what do I mean by this? So, difficulty is presented by the user's competence level, or like skill level, like their skill level. It's bound by their skill level. Now, in both cases, there must be a progression system. Right? A progression system. Because while there is user competence levels, there's also a progression system that measures or informs the user's competence level and where and how to improve, right? This is both language learning and gamer consensus. The way it's presented here, this is what's serving as this is not a progression system. Is what both, I would say, the vast majority of players would, the vast majority of gamers and language learners alike would not find this as a progression system. This is a completion list that's binned, and all of it is of equal difficulty. Because if you're starting out, none of it is known. If you are a no N5, the difficulty never changed. There's no change in these things because it's binned not cumulatively, nor is it showing that you have a learning curve, or the idea is the game itself does not contain anything that involves learning or progression. So this requires a progression system and a learning system. Learning system and progression systems are two different things, but they are mutually desirable for gamers and language learners, right? So how is that done? That's where in this case, I would say, I often say that gamers, I think for the most part, both agree that some sort of implicit learning is nice. So implicit learning is what both groups would agree with. Now, it's not always possible to have certain abstractions be implicit, but this is the desirable quality for either. So when you're playing a game and a tool, you like to think that you're figuring things out, right? Implicit learning is dealing with figuring things out. Now, it doesn't have to be like rocket science to the sense of, A plus B, and then there's an emergent. It doesn't have to be emergent. The idea is that it requires using observational skill or an observational loop, right? And that observational loop is the engagement factor that deals with learning and not action-oriented things. So like the whole dash thing will come up later, but these are the things that is missing, but it is not optional. This part is not optional. It has, in my opinion, very strongly be the very reason to have the product exist in the first place. Gamers and language learners require a progression system. Attached to that progression system is a learning system, because the learning system dictates where your progression is and where your progression will go. And not always possible, but there's a favorable need for it to be implicit learning because a game requires engagement, and language learners like engagement too. So this is the part that is absent. Now, what specifically how gamers go about doing progression systems and learning, and then language learners, that's when they deviate. So let's go back to separating the two. So for the gamer, oftentimes when you think of a progression, right, gamers would think of performance. And that usually means speed, like accuracy, sometimes precision, and combo, right? Combo, and then consistency is often last. And elements of this, right? So when we go to our language learner, so we have language learner gets a plus. So oftentimes language learners favor content, so comprehensiveness, right? And then there's also accuracy, then hopefully speed. Actually, even before that, I think if I had to take the serious language learner approach, is first it's consistency, then accuracy, and then speed. So you can kind of see that speed is overlapping accuracy and consistency. There is overlap, right? But their priorities are slightly different, and how they're represented is slightly different. So how do you achieve all of them? How do you get all these things in the current state of the game, like the current design of the game? It is possible, and this is where I am gonna come in on my anecdotes first. So some of the interpretation is that for me, I think speed, right? I think speed can be captured by the timer that is already set in place. Accuracy can be revealed by the score, a score breakdown, and consistency can be revealed by how many times the game is played, or the number of runs. So these all exist already these all like exist to some extent in the design language of this game. So it's not introducing a new concept, but a different perspective on the concept. Now, in terms of comprehensiveness, that is due to live updates. That can be achieved with live updates. So you add more, right? You add more of the words, adverbs, and stuff, because it's modular in a way that you simply increase the dictionary things, right? And then for performance, you have more metrics. So that's also dealing with breaking down the aspects, right? And live updates. In terms of the progression system then can be provided by those metrics, right? Which a progression system has to talk about how percent complete, right? Percent complete for the language learner, and then it will be like performance scores, right? Performance scores. Hopefully a log, a performance log for the gamer. And then when it comes to the learning aspect, this is where it gets this part we're going to expand upon, the learning aspect. So we haven't gone through the learning aspect yet. And then how this will be implemented in implicit learning. These things are grouped together. So we're going to move on over. This will be in the construction. So this would be in addition. And this, it really involves binning. So the main thing is to learn something, you can bin exposure, which is common to both. So when you slowly introduce exposure, which is the words, right? The words are the only things in this. When you slowly bin the exposure, you let the gamer cumulatively acquire the stuff as it stacks up. And the language learning side is also coinciding with that. When you start with 20 words, then you get 30 words, 40 words, 50 words, and it's due with graduated exposure. Now, the implicit learning part, I have an idea for that using what is already in the game, right? What else can I say about that? Yeah, so no learning curve, guess and check. Guess and check, both, this is a really negative, like really negative approach for both gamers and language learners. When the idea of playing a game to succeed, you habitually guess and check, it cites as a system that does not have a built-in learning system, right? It does not have a learning curve. So when you get something wrong, if the option is to tell you what is right after the fact, that's guess and checking, not beyond anything else. And that's kind of as bare bones as a flashcard, right? You are only responsible for knowing. Now, a game and language learning does not, is often, that is the basic minimum, but that is not the standard. The standard involves some sort of implicit learning, some sort of way of cueing. And there's a gamery way of doing this, and possibly integrating a language learning aspect of doing this, right? And they exist even in the most bare bones, like Duolingo and anything on Anki, like a deck list and whatnot. So we'll address that in a bit. The comprehensiveness will come with time. Color coding. Now I do have to mention about color coding. Now, text is very important, right? So if you're concerned with language learning, then utilizing text colors and font is, in my opinion, a standard. So to me, the way this game is presented, if this is how the developer thinks, then I would like to think that their note-taking skills, their ability to study and do note-taking is not quite there. It's not maybe it's sufficient for whatever they're doing, like they're learning really well and they can do, but for most to be a little bit more elaborate, the way the text is represented, how it's categorized, how it's filtered, and how it's represented is underutilizing text colors and fonts, which makes up the majority of the game. The majority of the game that people will be staring at is actually not the lack of movement from your characters or the static background or even the animations you spent a lot of time on, which is unfortunate, but that is the mechanical necessity of being fast, right? When you're trying to make a game that's based on speed, then it's the fundamentals that get the most attraction, and that is the text that they read and the text that they're looking at, and the text that they're matching. Without utilizing proper text colors and fonts, the game's main objective is not highlighted. It's actually being distracted from. Like, just the idea of having the text on the scroll be even plainer than the scroll itself draws a contrast of looks. So what I could kind of say is the text is boring and it does not have functionality. There's not much functionality. And you might be thinking, how can text have function other than their meaning? Text can have color. It can be in an entirely different font. It can be animated. Text can be highlighted. Text can change. It can warp, like, because we're talking about a game, right? And there are visual cues and sound cues, which there are some visual and sound cues in here, but the text itself is unremarkable. I think, in my opinion, the point of this game is highlighted either through the character, which is here, which I feel got negated because it's a glorified mouse, right? Like, in my opinion, it's basically a mouse. So the idea is that it got turned into this character. You don't look at the character anymore because the movement is negated by its neutral stance. So now you think of it as a button input. So it's like holding this direction on your keypad. Like, if you take a controller, the character is no longer interesting. It's the movement that's interesting, the movement direction, because there's no reason to look at the character anymore. You no longer have a sense of speed, phonetics, and movement, because the only thing you're interested in now is getting the right answer. So when your focus is to create movement and action in a character, the character has to be important. It has to be eye-catching. It has to be part of the mechanics, but it's no longer part of the mechanics. So you could choose to embrace that and say, okay, well, this is the most convenient way to reach my goal. And that goal is to focus on the words. So now the words require text color, animations, and font distinctions. And this will come into play soon, where you can even elevate the use of text color, animation, and font, which is not necessarily art in the sense of generating pixels and like pixel art and whatnot, but it is more in the realm of calligraphy, like word art. You know, it's still art, but it's a lot more accessible because texts and fonts are standardized and they can be used to elicit feelings, right? Elicit the feeling of getting something right, which, by the way, that's Duolingo kind of invests a lot into the feeling that you should have when you get a right answer and a wrong answer. So that's a different way of going about it. That's more of a gamification way. So we'll go over both of them. But in terms of language learning, is often very subtle distinctions between a right answer and a wrong answer. Like, the text becomes green instead of red. It becomes green and it pops out a little bit compared to the rest of it. When you select an answer, it is the largest answer of the ones you did not select, right? That kind of thing. So that's very underutilized here, which does not necessarily change up anything about the game's design, because the text itself is there or not, right? And now I'm gonna say I saved this little area here. So we're gonna go into the backseat brainstorming. Why do I call it backseat brainstorming, in my opinion? I might have more anecdotes in the future, but backseat brainstorming, because this is not my project. It is not my initial. I don't plan on making something like this, and it is through the generosity of someone else sharing their project. And after asking a couple questions, you know, I asked the dev, like, what do you have any focal points, things to talk about? They said no, they just want my honest opinion. So I call it backseat brainstorming, is because I'm backseating right now. The constructive criticism is that I'm kind of like in the back seat trying to steer the car, so to speak. And this is basically mostly brainstorming ideas. And it didn't take me very long to brainstorm these ideas, because largely these are reflections on anecdotes and opinions and my personal experience, as well as the observation of people that I've encountered and looked at while also playing games, right? Playing video games and using tools. So it's we're backseat brainstorming. So hopefully this doesn't come off as, oh, this is the only way. It's not the only way to do things. I'm trying to take as obvious of a philosophical approach to this as I can. Basically, the game is telling me what the developer, or at least I'm thinking what the developer intends to do, and then we're going to take what the developer already knows how to do and step it up a bit. And then at the very end, I might add something of a wild card where the developer might have to consider, it would involve the developer to acquire new skills, right? And that takes a while. It takes a long time. It also is up to the developer. Like, for example, I could say add like a larger collection of music. That requires the developer to be able to do that. But the stuff I'm about to do, the backseat brainstorming, is often when I ask myself, I have a product, right? Or I have to write a manuscript. I don't start by saying, you know, right when you're about to complete the project, you're about to put everything down, then you tell yourself, oh yeah, I got to start learning now and preparing for this. That it's already too late, right? So the perspective of backseat and brainstorming is the idea that we take what I think from the game's design, I know they are able to understand and empathize, maybe at minimal sympathize with my suggestions. So it's not asking them to, hey, oh, just, you know, make the coolest Claire Obscure clone with language learning. That would require an absurd deviation from what they think is acceptable and from their skill set. So that is not what constructive criticism. That's not constructive criticism. That's wishful thinking and projection. Like my projection, like a Wagotabi dev has their own vision of a game that teaches Japanese, right? A projection would be them trying to turn the game into Wagotabi. But I don't make games, so rarely can I do that. But I could project my desires, which it is in here. But that is not the main goal. The main goal is to see they can do this, so they can definitely do this too. And then hopefully whatever the direction they have, they can do with whatever it is. So the first thing I would say is the major thing that they advertise, even on the store page, is that there is a progression system. But with a progression system, one needs a learning system. You don't have, it's very difficult to have progression if there isn't a system for you to learn and progress, like in the game itself or in the tool itself. So lots of like tools, what they do is they track a number or how many characters you learn and whatnot. But learning systems deal with a curve, right? We have a curve, and the curve should accommodate at least beginners. or the uninitiated. However, it can accommodate other people because you can like say, oh, well, you can skip this. You can auto-complete this and then go enter where your learning curve is, right? You can enter anywhere, but in this case, I think we're going to stick to the simple matter of using what's there. So we have already N5 to N1 stuff, right? And that's what they thought was the progression system. So you go from N5 to N1. That's very intuitive. That can be intuitive to a great extent. So how do you create a learning system with the N5 and N1 vocabulary? Oftentimes, like flashcard systems would be like, oh, we'll start with the N5, gradually trickle in the exposure, and then eventually get to N2, N4s, N3s, N2s in that order, right? And it's already binned. So the developer already binned N5 and then 4 and 3 together and 2 and 1. So why not just bin all of them? So what here in terms of a learning system, a classical approach would be to do a cumulative binned exposure. So the very and this only involves a rearrangement of what is already available. So in the learning system, this would be called the learning mode, right? The learning mode, or I would say lesson mode is usually what a lot of apps refer to it as. It's the lesson mode, like where you're getting your lessons. Now, but we're not going to do it that way. We're going to do it the game way. So in terms of the lesson mode, what it's going to do is it's going to remove. So lesson mode has no livestock. Okay? It has no livestock. And it also has no score. Instead, and the timer is going to be interesting. So it has no livestock. So because you're not guessing, you're not checking for accuracy. It's not about accuracy. It's about learning, like exposure. You can't be accurate with something that you're going to be exposed to. That's hence the learning mode. So that's removing something that's already there, which is fine. So we're still using this game thing, right? It's still this platform. Same platform. Only this time, no livestock, no score. Instead, it's going to have a number out of a total. So now let's go back. So lesson mode is going to have binned number of words. It's going to have a word total. And you can do it from N1 to N2. So like maybe 20 at a time. Right? 20 at a time. And it goes from N5 to N1. Whatever is available in the game. Right? 20 at a time. And the lesson modes will be to get, you can add a progression, a pseudo progression system and say, okay, so there's 20 at a time. And in order to unlock the next batch or consider it complete, you have to get a passing grade. We'll just say 15 out of 20. Then it will open the next set, right? The next set. For the record, where did I get 20? For me, even between Duolingo, WaniKani, and all that stuff, 20 new words, like just assuming, right? Let's just assume at the top, 20 new words is a lot for a single day, or even a single week to like really nail it consistently, right? It takes like a week. So 5 minutes to 10 minutes a week or a day per week gets you to 20. But then you can lower it to 15 out of 20 to unlock the next set. So then it won't create a stopgap, right? You can also add the option. There's also, you can add an option of override, or override based on number of attempts. And the number of attempts would be the number of completed attempts, like through the set. So this is a compromise between those who are having a trouble set, but you're still putting in the time, so it unlocks regardless if. So it's whichever is first. You either get 15 out of 20 in the set correct, the next set opens, or if you tried enough, that means you've gotten the exposure. So now it's up to you to figure out what that is, but it won't stop you from learning new things. But that's why it's based on the attempts. So the attempts could be, say, I would say a threshold for 20 would be 7 days a week, right? So let's lower it down to 5. Probably in terms of the games, we're gonna say 10 times. So it's whichever one. You click on the lesson mode, right? You go to lesson mode and you click on your first set, which is gonna say, you can say like N5, 20 words from N5. And you click on it, you do it, and what happens is it's gonna go to the same screen, right? There will be no life stocks, there will be no scores. It will tell you a number out of a total, which is 20, right? Which is 20. And the timer is going to do something interesting. So the timer is going to be a bar, because a bar is easier, unless they want to use a clock. It's going to subdivide into 2. This is the scoring period, but it's not called the scoring period. This is the period of time that would normally be in the score timer, like in classic mode. In classic mode, this would be the amount of time before the answer expires. So whatever the time is now, whatever you want to condition a person to think, I have to get my answer before this time, that is the scoring time. But it's not going to be seen as a scoring time. What it's going to do is it's going to tick back. The bar is going to deplete, right? And then once it hits this mark, this is the 50-50 mark. And when it hits the 50-50 mark, scoring is over. Like, scoring time is over. So in a normal classic mode, you have like, I don't know how many seconds, but you get either 4 points, 3 points, 2 points, or 1 point. Usually that's me, because the fastest I can go is I look at the stuff and I go as fast as possible. I get 4 points. So once that's over, that means it would be, the game would actually, in classic mode, it would mark it wrong. But that's not how lesson mode is going to happen. Lesson mode is going to, once you hit this, instead of immediately going wrong, it's going to highlight 2 of the answers. That means it has to be between these 2 answers. So then it's going to tick back. It's going to continue to tick, right? So the timer is going to continue to tick. This is the 50-50 mode. I think it's better if I do it this way. So once it hits, it's going to be the 50-50. So then it continues to tick, right? So it's going to be the 2 answers. This is changing nothing about the programming, in my opinion. Like, what I mean is, what it does is you change the font color. So this is where font color comes in, right? When you highlight it, you can change the font or the color of the font. That's replacing one asset with another that isn't even an asset. It's a text change, right? So now instead the player is staring at this and like, okay, so it's between these 2. What this allows you to do is you give time to the player to think, which one feels more like this word up here, right? So they're forming a connection. You're giving time to give them a form of connection. So first, they can form a connection with all 4. Like, they can look through in the normal time, because you're conditioning them, you're preparing them for classic mode. You're teaching them, right? The game is designed so that you're preparing the person for classic mode. So the timing for the score is the normal routine. The additional routine is for the language learning part, the lesson part, right? So the lesson part is also the practice part. So you can call it practice mode if you want. A lesson mode would be more language learning oriented, but you can also call it practice mode, right? Practice mode, which is a little bit more gamery, right? So what happens here is then this is a really popular feature that most language learners will request, is like, oh, I don't want to do the time thing. Can I toggle it on and off? Wagotabi team did that too. They have challenges, the gamification, and it's based on a timer. Well, a lot of people don't want to do that. And then all their mini games have timers, but you can remove the timer, and it's called Zen mode. What happens is it gives the player ample time to practice making intellectual connections and not simply running through and effectively the worst nightmare, creating bad habits, right? So Zen mode is usually the word that people use for these type of things. Zen, so like it's no rush, but you can combine the two, right? So now there's a 50-50. And once the time expires, the right answer or the desired answer is shown. So one of these will then have like another text layer. Maybe like you'll enlarge it. The text gets bigger, right? So that's not using any new assets. The idea is you change the font color to differentiate from the wrong answers, so to speak, but narrow it down to one wrong answer and one right answer. And then once the timer is gone, the text expands the larger answer. So you're not making new assets. You're increasing a font size and decreasing a font size, right? Font color, animation, shape, those are very useful in terms of design. So now you have all of this. So now at most, you're binning again, but you're doing a subset of classic mode. So all the designs and stuff is still in place, but now you have a learning system, a system that isn't pushing the person to constantly rely on guess and check, and it's creating a system that's conditioning the person to be used to your interface of your game. It's teaching the timing of the game, right? It's teaching the timing of the game with not the stress of performance, it's the stress of accuracy. So now you have a compromise. And what happens there is this right here is a progression system. It's one of the progression systems. And this is a completion progression system. With an optional pity component. Pity component is something, the word pity in gaming is something of it's not the same as pity as in you should feel bad kind of thing. A pity component is a way of saying you tried and that's good. And that's why having the number of attempts, it's usually based on the number of attempts. And I adopted the word pity from like gacha games where, oh yeah, that's okay. If you fail to draw, right? If you fail to draw the right desired thing out of 50 times, then just here you go. It's about trying. That's what the pity component is. So now you have a natural way of getting someone to learn the words and the connection with the system you already have, literally simulating the first half, which is the classic mode for game time, and then immediately followed by an alternative way to learn implicitly. So now, instead of making it like oh, you got the wrong answer, here's the right answer, you have chances. You have ways of narrowing down. You're getting the person to think how to narrow down the results. So they're learning how to learn a little bit more than simply here's the right answer. Because in my opinion, the way the game is now is no different from it is very minimally, if not possibly even arguably worse than using flashcards. Because on flashcards, you can alter the flashcards, you can sort the flashcards, you can bin the flashcards, you can alter and paste the flashcards. This game has none of that. It's incredibly rigid right now. There's no way to so instead, a game designer, a developer, requires to implement something that distinguishes it from having flashcards. In my opinion, you're competing with flashcards, right? That's the whole idea. The cell, you're competing with flashcards, but it does even less than flashcards. If I had to be really brutal about this, it does less than flashcards. What it can do, though, is it can do something different from flashcards. And that's what makes it a supplementary tool, right? The whole goal is to create a supplementary tool. Supplementary tools tend to offer a different way of interacting with the same thing, effectively the same thing in the mind of the goal things. So your game presents a fun, interesting mechanic, and that mechanic is part of the gamification. How do you make the gamification a natural part of learning and progression? This would be the starting point, in my opinion. My first thought when I was playing your game, right? I'm like, oh yeah, I can think of a learning progression and a learning component. This would be great because it's not using anything new, and it will get the person to even make the game easier. So when you're playing, when you're doing lesson mode and practice mode, it's practicing how to be good at the game as well as learning the material. So that's a double design. You're double dipping on your limited design, right? It's difficult to constantly produce more content. That's more art, more music, more modes, that like dynamic modes, like more game loops, right? Like eventually the goal is to create a game that has more than one game loop, or a related game loop, but it's self-contained game loop, or a mix-up of the game loop. But in this case, the thing that I'm suggesting does not change the game loop at all. It changes the perception of the acquiring the word, the learning. So what happens now is it doesn't feel like the only way to play this game is to do something else that basically replaced this game. Like my first thought when I was playing this game, to be really upfront, is that if I made all the flashcards off that word list, it would be far more like dynamically alterable than this game. So that's kind of where we have to start. We have to make it more than flashcards, right? That's the goal. I think that's the philosophy of what the developer is trying to portray. They want to make something that is engaging and can take out the need for another person to come up with this, right? The idea of games and tools is to present a way to mix up the experience of language learning. I think that's often one of the philosophies underlying most of the learning people, like the motivation to make learning games, is how do you create an experience that is not the same, but it contributes to the same goal. of like learning words, right? In this case, the goal is specifically learning words. So we're not taking away from learning the words. And we're also not taking away from the game mechanic. The game mechanic is to choose the correct scroll that matches the correct, the corresponding Japanese thing. Now, the idea now is you're guiding. In a lesson in practice mode, you're guiding towards the thing. Language learners would find this a little bit not enough because it doesn't explain why it's the right answer. But this is a gamification. So games guide answers, right? And then it leaves the agency up to the player to find that additional understanding. There are games that explicitly tries to grind that down too, like, hey, okay, after you select the right answer, a huge pop-up is going to show up with a bunch of information. You should remember that information or something like that, right? I think that's beyond the scope of how games work. And I already talked about that in the opening opinions where there's a conflict between that. So this is more of using the engagement part. This is far more engaging because now when you're looking at lessons, you don't jump into classic mode where like, all right, I guess I'll just guess the top left corner. If I don't know the answer, I'm just going to guess the top left corner. That's game theory. That's how you game theory everything. Like, oh, okay, well, that's not the right answer. But your game isn't keeping track of any of this either. So it's guess and check every single time. Lesson in practice is no longer always guessing the same time because now you're focused on accuracy. You either know the answer or you wait for a better chance. So when you're looking at it, you're not in a rush anymore. You're thinking, okay, you still can use the blinking timer thing or blinking scroll thing. The blinking scroll thing will indicate the first score thing, but you can explain this, right? And then afterwards, if you're not sure, keep the answer in your head and wait for the 50-50. If you're still not sure because you're really unfamiliar with this, just wait for the right answer. And the idea is when you get the score, like the no score, the total, they have to score within the 50-50. So in order for this to complete, right, when they say 15 out of 20, you have to get it within the 50-50. What this does is it tiers someone who is exposed to the words versus someone who knows nothing about the words. So a beginner will time out completely. A person who's seen it before may need the 50-50. And then a person who is ready for classic mode will get it within the score. And the idea is now, what does the progression system require? Now the progression system, this is the second thing that I think, these are the two major points that I think the game requires in some way, shape, or form. A learning system, and because there's a learning system, there's a progression system. So what would the progression system look like? I think there requires an overhaul, or maybe not an overhaul, but a addition of these things. And I think the data is already there. Like you can adding a counter system to all the actions. So taking a single counter system and then adding it to all of the counters, like when the player hits this, when the player hits this, right? And then corresponding with the action, you can create a counter loop for all the instances and then compress it into metrics. And that would be called the progression system, right? This is where the stats come in, where you can farm from a single action. So one of the progression system we already know is doing your lessons, right? So doing your lessons, which is your practice mode. So let's say, I don't know how many words there are. Let's say there are 400 words in the game right now. I'm going to say roughly 400 words. So they are going to be binned into 20 sets of 20, right? That's 400. you can bend it even further. I would probably say, if I was being conservative for the average language learner who is already looking for a video game, if there's a language learner who's wanting to look for a gamification, then I would say conservatively it would be 40 sets of 10, because 10 words a week is already rough. I think 10 is pretty good. Learning 10 words and then having them at least do 10 attempts, or get them like getting 8 of the 10 correct. So we would have to adjust, right? We would have to adjust. This is pretty high. So we could say they have to get 8 out of 10, right? 8 out of 10 to unlock the next set, to like to unlock, right? Right, this is the progression system. So they will eventually complete all this. And what do you do for this? You can add achievements to this. And these would be part of the completion system. Right. Now you can also add in a progression system, you can add reinforcements. So reinforcement is where you make a SRS. You need space repetition. Reinforcement is through space rep. And that is gonna be a mastery system. And the mastery system is the easiest way to, like one of the most simplified ways. It's going to be a 24-hour reset. 24-hour reset, and it's reaching this threshold, this same threshold on consecutive days. Or not consecutive days, but non-consecutive but back-to-back successes. So not like you're not telling the person you have to log in every day, like play every day, but the idea is you're trying to encourage the person to play every day, but they have to get it consecutively. So at least a 24-hour resets, and the game would say like, oh, okay, now you can acquire new mastery point. This is Wagotabi did something similar to this. This is how like a representation of SRS. So what happens is you're gonna design an arbitrary threshold, like 5 mastery points. 5 mastery points, right? So on this is for retention. You're trying to train maintenance, right? Maintenance. And that's a different aspect. That's for the consistency, right? We know that consistency is common, right? Both. The lesson and practice mode addresses accuracy, right? And speed is coming up. But for consistency, this is addressed by a mastery system. And that is to track when the last time the person logged in and registered a run. So once you unlock something, once you unlock the set, you can start building mastery. And that will give you reinforcement, right? That is a progression system. These are progressive ways to tell a person that they've put in the time and they are able to achieve it. And you track perfect scores. You can even tier this part. Like, you can tier 8+, but you can also give an S. So when you get 8 out of 10, that would be a check mark. But if you get a 10 out of 10, you get a star, right? So then you can illustrate, right, the difference between getting it all right eventually and getting it less. And that can filter into completion and achievements, right? So this is how you would stagger motivation. Without motivation, there is no consistency, right? And motivation is often amplified by regular engagement. So the engagement loop is already strained, to my opinion. Like, this is very limited engagement. But what apps like Duolingo and like other SRS and certain immersion SRS stuff was done is it's bolstered by metrics. It's bolstered by the learning system and the progress system. It doesn't seem like much to a on the surface when people are talking about what you're actually doing. Like, you're actually doing, what are you actually doing in a flashcard? You're just telling yourself what the correct answer is and checking for the correct answer, right? But the cost and maintenance is not those things. And this is the very similar situation for the game. The actual game loop is not what this game is telling me, at least this product is telling me, is the importance is not actually the game mechanic itself, but the idea that it can keep someone consistently doing something that is the same or relatively the same, right? I know they added replayability and stuff. This doing this kind of thing will create the replayability. A progression system and a learning system creates replayability because it creates the motivation to want to progress. And you might be thinking, well, isn't this like a little bit too much of numbers and stuff? It's like, but you have to also take into consideration people who are not beginners. When people are not beginners and they see a game with no progression system, no completion system, no form of reinforcement, that's disinteresting. Everything is not redundant. There's no rewards. Everything is redundant. So there's no reason to play it, right? There's no sense of reassurance, sense of progression, right? Because if there's no progress, there is completion. Completion is the gamer aesthetic. When you get affirmation and confirmation that you know something that you think you know, that is also rewarding. That isn't tied to progression. So it sounds like it's the same, because if you're a learner, you're using the learning system to progress. If you're not a learner and you want to entertain and reinforce something, the reinforcement is through completion. So now you have the two gold standards, in my opinion, the two fundamental gold standards of what makes a very simple game with a single game loop be progressively, implicitly learning, encouraging the person to do better, and also rewarding them for completing the task, right? So minimally, these things have to be in place. Now, we're gonna do some icing on the cake. So there's some icing stuff that I would say requires more. Here are some additional stuff. So we haven't talked, this is everything to bolster up the classic mode, but the classic mode can do more than that, right? The classic mode has scores. This is where we have to consider the big elephant in the room, which is metadata. We're missing metadata. And metadata right now, all it has is score. And you're wondering, okay, well, I said that the mistake thing is really bare bones, right? All this, the review screen at the end just says, this is what you have, error, right? That's not good enough, in my opinion. However, at least without changing anything about the end screen with the mistakes, they will at least be able to go to the learning system and continue to work on those mistakes despite not remembering them. Or what, like, you could have them say, like, manually write them down, and that's fair. But there is another way, in my opinion, and that deals with metadata. So metadata has to track score, which metadata means that you need a like a tracker. You're missing a tracker. And there is, I don't think, and I'm going to be very hyperbolic about this, I don't think there is an existing indie game. Maybe. There might be some rare examples. But I would say over 90% of successful indie games and language learning apps put together, most of the successful ones, there's not a single game that's presented online, over 90%, that doesn't have a tracker. And it can be as detailed as you want. It can be as simple as you want. But it has a log. There's a log tracker. This game does not have that right now. So if you're talking about an action game that you're supposed to encourage yourself to self-improve, to progress, to be supplement to anything, there's not even a tracker for you to even find that out. At the bare minimum, it requires a tracker. That is a gold standard, right? Like, for example, you got to track your scores. You have to know what your score was from last run, or the run before that, or the run after that, or like at minimum. And hopefully it's graphical. Graphical is nice. And it doesn't have to be like a literal math graph, but you know, like others, Slay the Spire has like a summary sheet. They don't do graphs, but others like Zachtronic games do graphs of performance or normal distribution stuff, comparative things. But for yourself, it's your own score, right? Your own score history, and then calculate speed. You already have that data. You can take the average of 1s, 2s, 3s, and 4s in classic mode, right? So this is for classic mode, or you can even integrate it into lesson mode. That's, you take the, I guess you could say you could use median. You could use the median to see which, or the mode, or median. It's probably the median, to see what's the average speed of the person, right? And you can even cosmetically use words like 1 is very slow, 2 is slow, 3 is average, and 4 is just right. Or you know, you can just use the numbers. It's up to you. Those are flavor texts. We're not going to go into flavor text at the moment. So you have these two exist already, right? And then leftover stock, leftover livestock, right? The alternative for this is accuracy. This would be considered under the area of accuracy. So in a run, how much livestock do you have? If you have all your livestock, that's 100% accuracy, right? That's but the current game, what it does is it doesn't do that. You just keep going. So the current default in classic mode is actually endless. It's actually endless until you fail entirely. So it's to the point of failure, which that's okay. I think for the metadata, in order to get accuracy, you have to decide, the player decides how many questions, like what a target, and it would be like a drop down thing. So we're talking about having to, this is where the reason why metadata is going to be tough is it requires a different interface. When you click on classic mode, it should open up a panel where it will tell you like certain features, and metadata can help with that. So metadata could be like features like, oh, I only want to include, so instead of tiering, using this tiering system, right? So instead of this tiering system, which is, I'm gonna be real with, like, really honest, this is not good. This is really terrifying. How this, the alternative for this is to bin. So when you hit classic mode, it's gonna tell you, do you want to include N5, N4, N3, N2, or N1? And you have a ticker box next to them. And then there will be another option, right? There will be another option which goes into how many questions, number of prompts, right? At least minimum this. How many prompts? You might even ask, add an extra one. How many life stocks? So how many errors you can make, right? Because you want your accuracy to go as low as tolerable, as someone's tolerable. Otherwise, the game is no longer training for improvement. It's training for what you desire, which is perfection, or like endless stamina. And that's not, in my opinion, the reason why you need number of prompts and life stock is because without these things, if you're doing classic mode, this is burnout territory. You're gonna get burned out. And that leaves in my opinion, that often leaves a horrifying experience, a backlash for using this stuff. Duolingo kind of has to contend with that all the time. That burnout happens a lot because Duolingo is upfronting engagement. It's making you dependent on the stimuli, but it doesn't incorporate aggressive ways to allow the person to gauge how much you're going to do. The idea is the engagement is so rigorously pushing for more use that it leads to burnout. It's kind of getting a little bit better in some places, but one of the extra icing on the cake, like cherry on tops, is things like Wagotabi team saying, hey, you've been playing for like 3 hours. You can always come back to this game, take a break, right? So far, the only the standard classic mode is doing it until you lose. What does that do when you do it till you lose? You always feel like you typically, as a gamer, you feel bad at the end of your session. So the game, like when someone leaves your game, like there's like, oh, okay, I can turn it off now. They're not coming back, in my opinion. I would say 9 out of 10 times they're not coming back because the lasting impression they have is they're terrible. And then it's all based on one score. And the score is to beat that score. That's burnout material. They will always be competing for higher and higher volumes over and over again. So they will never quit. They'll never get satisfaction until they beat their last score. That's terrifying. That's like saying every time you play a game, you hope to do best. You hope to do your best. That's terrifying. So without metadata, it doesn't create legacy. So there's no tracking, no legacy, like, oh, you did your study today. There's none of that. You play the game and you've forgotten already. So it requires metadata. And then the number of prompts and life stocks allow someone to tell themselves, how much time do I have to play? And how accurate do I have? So this, in my opinion, is indie dev 101. I think there are very few games, very, very few successful games where they spend a lot of time on their primary game loop, right? Their primary game loop, but they do not overlook the basis of curtailing, quote unquote, the difficulty. This is a difficulty setting. And then you can do like cosmetics for it. Like, oh, if they check one of this, it'll be considered easy, right? Easy, right? If they check 2, it becomes hard, or it becomes normal or medium or something like that. The more they check, the more they add to a factor of difficulty, right? This is not difficult. This has, in my opinion, it's irrelevant. It's not even cumulative. It's been exclusive of each other. There's nothing particularly about N2, N1 word composition that's more difficult than N4 and N3, in my opinion. Some people have problems conceptualizing sadness over like government policy. That's not the case here. And I don't think that's how the Japanese language like standardization been their things. It's cumulative. When you do N4, N3, it requires N5 like understanding. So it's cumulative going up. So you can apply this stuff. You can apply this theory by creating granularity in the stuff. Like you can say, oh, if there's like livestock, right? Livestock. If you start with a sudden death is a thing. What is sudden death? It's a no-hit run. This is very, in my opinion, incredibly common in indie games. A no-hit run. Basically, you have no livestock, or one livestock, basically. When you get one wrong, it's over, right? This is the perfectionist, no hit. And guess what? There's more. You can even add a checker for timer. And this is total time. So total time. And that is endurance. So now you're doing endurance run. How consistent are you? Endurance run. And what you can do is then add, for endurance run, you can add threshold. You can also add a threshold accuracy. That means that you can go as far as you think you can go, but if you drop below a threshold accuracy, then the run terminates because you DNF'd. When you DNF, it's a failure in endurance and it's a failure in consistency. But if you don't add the DNF, so this is a DNF criteria, right? So you drop out. It's a DNF criteria. If you only want the timer, then it's an endurance. It's a check of endurance. How long can you study? Which is a great way to inform someone how long can they stay focused. If they can't, they can just end it, so they can also DNF out that way, right? So these are all the properties of different modes. Now, to simplify this, this would be like a gold standard. So we're talking about the gold standard stuff, but a basic foundation would be you would create multiple modes off the classic mode. So your classic mode is a specific set of parameters, right? It has a specific set of parameters. Under the hood, you can create other modes. Other modes using this parameter system, right? This parameter system. And then you get an extra. So these would be called presets. These are preset modes. So you can still incorporate all of this. And the reason why this is a great forward investment, in my opinion, is you can always add to it. You're always going to be able to add to it. Like roguelike games, run-based games, which this game is a run-based game. You can always add more modifiers. This is a modifier table. This is true, in my opinion. This is one of the quintessentials of gamification. You can add modifiers to the greatest upfront. In my opinion, an indie developer requires that they understand how to make their game modular, because they can't keep making art. They can't keep recording music and writing stories over and over again. Like continuing to do that, it becomes too much resources. There's too much time. But they can constantly modify, add more modifiers. And what happens is whenever they introduce a new game mode, all the modifiers apply to that. So every time they come up with new content, all the modifiers will multiply the replayability of that content. And that's what a replayable design is. I don't think what was said about this replayable design, that's not a replayable design. It's a static. It's like very minimum. It's like one layer. Well, it's one layer thin replayable design. At the most, got to think about loopy logic and modifications. And this is something, this is more of an investment. I think the stuff that I'm saying now is stretching to, you have to invest in infrastructure in order to then understand, like, this is the upfront investment, in my opinion, of indie devs. They put it all on the line, and when this clicks, right, once the content clicks, which is a secondary thing, most of their process here can be regenerated. It can be done again and again and again. Like, they come up with a new story, put the system into that story, put the system into that story. So then you come up with a standard. And this is the standard, in my opinion. The flexible standard. Now, having presets is fine. I think most people do presets where they have under the hood this type of thing, but they have a preset. So what did I describe? I described an endurance mode, a no-hit mode, or a sudden death mode, a accuracy-based consistency mode. You can call it whatever word you want, right? A completion mode, right? The number of prompts. There are plenty of ways to call the different presets. And then at the end of the day, when you're ready to unload everything, there's a custom mode. And this is what that is. This is custom mode, where you do all the modifiers yourself. And that's usually tacked at the end. I think the vast majority of indie devs like, oh, okay, well, now that we have all the presets that we want you to experience, because these are interesting, and also all these presets will have achievements attached to them, because it communicates, in my opinion, what the developer kind of wants you to try. And then the custom mode is like, okay, well, do whatever you want. Like, this is all our modular object classes being done, right? So we've already had this under the hood. Now it's your turn to create your own things, right? And that deals with all of that, has to read out to metadata. So you need a chart where it does scores, speed, start with what you have and then add more to it. Slowly expand the tracker, right? Because without a tracker, it's difficult to see progress and learning over time. Without a tracker, people don't come back to your game. They don't continue using your tool because they are doing the tracking. Now, hear me out. You can still, with the current state of the game, you can still find someone who would manually write this. Like, I would manually write this. Like, if I had to use this game and I have to, like, work on this game, for example, or like, or make this game work, like, if someone challenged me, can you learn all of the outside challenges, learn all of the words in this game? I pull up my notebook and I start going to town. I start writing. You know what? I would probably script my own spreadsheet. And I would try to data mine the game in order to extract those information that already leads to this metadata for tracking. So I would do it myself. I would data mine the game so that it would auto input the things. Because if I have to do the task for like 3 months straight or 6 months straight, I would get something to do it, right? Alternatively, you could probably jerry-rig like a Anki deck, the Anki platform, to extract the words from this and then do like an automated marker for something like that. Alternatively, which is, these are the icing on the cake stuff, like what the Wagotabi team, you can export into a CXX file or some sort of spreadsheet file that's compatible with most formats, and that will offload your requirement to make the metadata. You can offset resources by simply exporting the data, making the data reformat it into a spreadsheet and then let whatever person do with it as they please. So that's a way to kind of empower the user, and that's usually a very adequate requirement for a language learner. Language learners will probably request exportation. Gamers will request reward, and reward is achievements. And pretty much all of the stuff that I'm talking about deals with all of these. Rewards, performance, tracking. We're not going to do leaderboards, right? Leaderboards is not a that's a whole entire discussion. But achievements, so completion, endurance, challenging, and then you have exportation if you don't want to do metadata, right? You have to create a counter for every action, right? That's kind of how the action game, run-based games be doing it. I understand that, and this is with a grain of salt, because when you start, I'm only saying these things as a reference to other games, and oftentimes those other games and language learning things are gold standards. So if I were to tune it back down, right, the first thing to start is it needs a basic learning system and a basic progression system, and then slowly build upon that, right? And in the future, in my opinion, much like most learning process, when I think about it, is this, whatever you're doing now is going to be in your next game. It's going to be in your next product, because you're investing in an infrastructure. You're understanding the principles, the fundamentals that are part of the quality of life, right? These are quality of life designs. The reason why I say I empathize or sympathize is that when you think of an arcade game, you could think of the arcade games that you used to play. Like, I don't know how old this person is. I'm almost 40 years old. And when I think of an arcade game, it has one loop, it has one score, and like those are arcade games. And I can understand that because they pride on minimalistic. Like, you're going minimalistic, right? That's the idea. You're not trying to create and embellish the stuff. So the idea here is then strip all of this down, make it very simple. The most simplest lesson mode would be getting the person to get each word correct. That's your goal, right? How do you get a person to know that they at least got the matching correct once? And how do you, at minimum, guarantee that they will know the right answer in this mode? And that's all you need. The stuff that I'm talking about here is to take into account the dynamics of someone who is a beginner, because in the store page it said that it's a supplemental game, or is meant to supplement the studying, and it's designed for all levels. Unfortunately, with all due respect, that is absolutely preposterous of a goal already, right? Like, what I mean is, it's really, really tough to even do that in the first place. And I think there are some excellent examples that attempt to, and even then, I don't think they've ever succeeded. Because catering to all levels, it's like saying my game is for everyone. When you think of all levels in terms of learning, it means that it is very much similar to a game that defies all genre, which that's a recipe for disaster, in my opinion. The element is you start with beginners, right? And you have advanced learners given tools that they can possibly be flexible enough to increase their difficulty over time. That because tuning for all levels is what all levels mean. So beginners you require a basic foundation, a skeleton, because they don't know what they want, right? So you're prescribing. So there's presets, minimum learning, minimum completion goals, and then minimum stat tracking. So that's fine. A simple score is great. You have to track the score though. And then a completion, making sure that they actually know the right answer beforehand. You could literally tell them, which is what WaniKani does. And like most decks do, they literally tell you the right answer. And then you go and try to reproduce it, right? That is at minimum beginner friendly. So then over time, it requires matriculation, right? Maturation. A game requires maturation. I think a lot of times learning material do not require maturation. Like WaniKani doesn't have maturation. There's no increased complexity or obscurity of the loop. The loop is they tell you the right answer and then you go and you continue the same way, right? But a game requires to increase that engagement. So it requires a modification of that loop, an increase in its thresholds, its properties, and whatnot, at least to an extent that allows someone to not be a beginner anymore. That means they take away a legacy ability that an intermediate person may want or not want, or practice or not practice. The idea is you're at least covering one group. After you reach intermediate, the preferences spiral out of control. So the idea of spiraling out of control is to give as much agency to the player to tailor their response. And that is at a no cost to you in terms of asset generation. It is to tailor the volume and the speed, like the different parameters, right? And the presets are for beginners. The presets are things that illustrate how much the developer understands or wants to communicate, and also it's to demonstrate how much you understand about the topic that you're showing, right? If they're like, for me, if I had to be really direct, time is one of the when it comes to like language learning, if you're thinking about language learning, time is the lowest priority, and speed is one of the highest priorities in a gamer. So now you're communicating to me that you want this to be a game before it is a language learning thing, right? And that's perfectly fine, right? You can achieve a lot of these all at the same time if you have the infrastructure for it. However, right now, it is the game aspect, the speed aspect is non-existent, in my opinion, because you remove the movement aspect, which gives you an element of speed. Now it's based on the response. So if the character was removed, it would still have an element of speed. It's how fast you answer the question. How fast the character moves, how it's moving has been mitigated or minimized. I understand that it would be really cool to have your animations and your character mean something to the game's mechanic, but because of even your design when you're iterating on it is removing the significance of the character in the first place. This is why flashcards are exceptionally fast and attractive, and as well as conducive to gamification because they're fast. Already the action, the momentum is spiritual, it's within. Making a character move fast, it's got to need an interaction point. And here's one last thing, like there's so much more to talk about, but I wanted to try at least to do something quick, and that's because I have an open communication with the developer and I would love to show them some of my thoughts. And it's very difficult to communicate in an email, right? Here's one. So we haven't addressed the game loop, right? The thing that makes it feel like a game. So what is the core foundation of games that isn't talking about performance, learning, and whatnot? It's interaction. And this game does not have interaction yet. It has failed the fundamentals of interaction. Now, this will also solve the problem that I think the developer tried to solve. by having the character teleport back to the middle, right? This no movement problem. You can still keep the early iteration where the movement has to go to a place, right? Go to a place and it stays there. So you're kind of like whipping back and forth, you know, you're going this way and it's like, oh no, I gotta slide and move this way, and then you know, slide and move this way. You need an interaction button. It could be E, it could be F, and R. These are the common interaction buttons. And what you do is the character will move, confirm that it is in that space, and hit the interaction button. So now you have a form of action oriented permanence. So now you're dude, and now hear me out. Even cooler than this, I know this is gonna be a little bit I don't want to alter this because it can become a really pragmatic situation. The scrolls then can change positions. Because now you're doing the basic fundamental of picking up a scroll. So now the scrolls are no longer in static positions. They are spawned in the field, right? The field is now an active place. So now you move and you interact. You move and you interact. So now you have elements of speed, slowing down, and momentum. What happens is now you're picking up things as you're moving. You're constantly speeding back and forth, and you're hitting an interaction button to pick up the right answer. Now, there is going to be a lot of problem with that, so I would say that's like icing on the cake kind of situation. You can keep these static, but what could circumvent the problem of interacting with the same, if that is the reason, that's what I think is the reason why the fox is always placed back in the middle, is because you could double select the wrong answer, because it's based on collision and not based on pickup. So adding an interaction button removes the need for collision. You go to the zone and you interact in that zone, so it's not based on collision anymore. That could lead to some like optimization maybe, but the game is very low intensity already. It's very pocket friendly. So you go here and you hit the button. Now there's an actionable feeling of picking up the thing instead of auto picking up, because at the way it's feeling, the momentum and the movement is non-existent. There's actually not even an action anymore. There's barely an action. It's minimizing the action. And if it's possible, you can make these scrolls like have different regions they can appear, and you can call it a different mode. Maybe it's a future mode where the scrolls move, like have an option where the scrolls can be spawned in different areas, and then you would use an interaction button to pick up the thing, right? Then the movement means something, in my opinion. Right now, the movement does not mean anything. Like it means like 10%. Because you're really inputting the answer choice. That is what, in my opinion, a gamer and a language learner is registering. So alternatively, you can make it, I don't want movement. You can even remove the movement if you want and go straight into performance. So what happens is the dog is no longer there. You could have like, no, I keep calling it dog. The fox could sit there and chill, like eating a mochi or something. You can have an animation of like a special animation here. And it's going to be a different mode. It's going to be an input mode. So you have 4 fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4. And this is 1, 2, 3, 4. And it'll be a jerk reflex. So immediately you see the right answer. 1, 2, 3, like 4. 3, like 2, right? Like, so it would be very fast, but you can still preserve your field, and you can have the fox animate, like be happy, like jovial, or kind of like have a loop animation where the fox like runs around and messes, like kicks a yarn or a ball of yarn, or do like foxy things, and that can be the element of stimulation. that basically it can distract the player, which is good because you're distracting the player while you're doing your lessons. So then you have the freedom of artwork too. You can create any assets you want, put it in the middle of the field, and the fox could be doing things, right? It could be reacting to your negativity, like your wrong answers to your right answers, which obviously was already up here because there's another person up here. The goddess is up here, which also reacts. But now, if you don't want that mode, you can have the fox do things outside of that. These are different directions you can go, obviously. But generally speaking, it's missing movement that is consequential to the game, right? Because you have to think of positions, right? The movement of the position is the game. But if you're willing to abandon that, then all the other things require the stuff around it. The metadata, the metadata tracker, the modifications of the content to scale difficulty, because difficulty is not scaled by whether you know it or not. This is not, in my opinion. I think this is probably what communicates to me that the person I'm talking to and myself differ incredibly about what learning is or how learning is possible. Like, I think to be like fully, to be very, very transparent about it, this type of explainer or this type of design in terms of perspective of difficulty is what tells me that it separates someone who is in advanced education versus someone who is using what they know and what they've learned from like high school and like maybe early college. I think this type of difficulty is not dynamic enough. This is one of those things that at the very basic level, you're hoping that the person you're catering to has a very basic level and requirement of understanding of what they need to progress and learn. This stuff, all this system, is to create a semblance that the developer is invested in the learning of the person. So when you bin something like this, right? When you bin something like this, in my opinion, very aggressively, this feels lazy. And not lazy in a bad or a good way, because sometimes lazy is good because you get to chill, you get to save resources. You don't think it's the important part of your game, right? It might not be the important part of the game. It happens to be a very important part for me. So this is a personal thing. I like to focus on people's self-improvement, right? How do people self-improve? How do people start learning about learning? You have to tackle the learning process. This is the opposite, in my opinion, of the learning process. This is removing any form of learning. There's like nothing. There's very little here. You are telling me that you hope that someone else did all the things for you, but I don't even think this is how the Japanese standardization works. I'm not sure that's how they graded it. So what can tell you this draw of this, like what can tell you what I'm saying is accurate is when you release the game, if a bunch of people tell you things like, oh, this is another crude gamification of standardized education, so you might as well just pick up a textbook. That's usually what I mean. You're taking formal education, right? You're taking things that are standardized and you're bending it conveniently into the form of your game. And that's usually not going to gel very well, because the most efficient way, or the way that will best reflect a standard that you didn't make, is using the standard. So picking up a JLPT book and like picking up a Genki book that is modeled around understanding how this works. When a game developer decides to do that by pigeonholing that standard into their game, they don't have a graded system that makes their game more difficult with the content. This is taking what is already there and repackaging it, right? That's kind of why, that's what this lazy means. Which, again, understanding the amount of resources and time and goal of the developer, I do not know if this is what the developer intended or not. For myself, I don't particularly think it's great. For my purposes, if someone asked me that this game, what is this game for, I would echo what the developer said, which achieves their point. It is to be there to remind you of what you already know, where it's not looking at just flashcards, and that the game achieves that goal. It achieves that goal. You're not looking just at flashcards. You're doing another action. Like you're thinking of another action, and that's it. So, in the crudest sense, it achieves what the developer said to me. The store page is a whole different story. I think whatever is said on the store page, I think over 80% of it will probably miss the mark for both gamers and language learners. What is said loosely in that the game features, I don't necessarily think it has any of that. And what I mean by that is, if I were a first-time person who's learning language and developing a game, I can understand how those features fill the... I already did this in the opening opinions section, how I qualify those things. And I was expecting to see at minimum some of those things. And I did see some of those things there. But that is so bare bones. The words that were said, like a progression system, that means a lot. Like, what I mean is, a developer is responsible as well to capture the standards, to demonstrate that they understand the standards that go into the words they use. The alternative way is to say, this is a supplemental game. It's a really small mini game that you can use to remind yourself of the words you know, and that's it. Like, not necessarily saying what it doesn't, what it could be, what it could have, but doesn't meet the criteria or like the standardizations of it. A progression system, at minimum, the stuff that I described here is the things that are in common with lots of games. They're not, I don't know what a gold standard, like a super cool gold standard looks like, because I'm not an advanced game developer. Like, it can get really complicated. It can be far more complicated than this. And it would take years, 3 or 4 years of brainstorming and thinking about how these things are balanced and whatnot. The nice thing about language learning, though, is oftentimes when you have a upward trajectory, like when you have this data, right, that's being collected, technically this is data that's being collected. If your community ends up using this data, it can like the developer can be helped, that can be supported by the community with the data. So it is a forward investment. Offering metadata to the community is one way to not have to do that research. in my opinion. Fostering an early community to collect this data or use this data and see how they transform this data creates emergent properties for you to incorporate into your game. There is a little bit of a controversy about this when games like literally let you do this, but like the official developers take credit for it, that kind of thing. But besides the point, in the indie realm, more data, setting up ways to demonstrate like allowing your fans or your target audience to construct and interpret data, it pays back, in my opinion. It pays back a lot. So having this structure sounds like it's laborious, but for me, if I had to design something right now, I would start with the data, like how my design for games. I'm not a game designer, and I don't plan to be a game designer. Maybe in a really unusual distance, I could be a consultant or something. But ultimately, my building is based on learning and progression. So all of this is, in my opinion, personally, not to anybody else, is my opinion necessary. These things are required for me. So if I ever have someone who says, hey, you want to collaborate and like release a product, at minimum, if my product that I am collaborating on with my professional integrity in mind, it would require some essence of a learning system and a progress system. I don't care if it's clicking cookies. In fact, clicker games illustrates how crazily engaging and habit forming it can be with the most simplified progression system. They don't even have a learning system. They have a progression system, right, for completion. So at minimum, even a single action game requires a progression system. So that is something that I was a little bit kind of worried, because it actually caused me to email the developer again, and I asked him, like, is this the current build of the game? Because I wasn't sure. Maybe there was a chance whatever the minimalistic, like the standardized stuff was there. So this is probably my most honest my honest opinion, but more like this is the most constructive criticism I've had for a while, because I was solicited. The closest experience I had to this was I was solicited by a developer who made a deck builder, and it was called Elemental Evils. Pardon me, I forgot his name, but I might be able to talk to him in the future. I really liked our back and forth, and that person, despite, having the unfortunate conversation about Slay the Spire and whatnot, that person understand many of the fundamentals, right? And this is a different perspective, because most of the time I automatically assume that the other person knows all of the fundamentals, and then they exceed me by years of experience. I think this is one of those rare cases, and it only happens if I'm solicited. It doesn't happen when I'm picking a game, right? This happened 3 times before. Most of the games I pick, I just automatically assume the people that are making the games, they're superstars. They're people I look up to. Look up to in a figurative way, like in a conceptual way. Like, though their ideas are what keeps me playing their games. So all of this stuff that I'm talking about, that's like Slay the Spire meets Monster Train meets Hades 2, which I'm gonna play in a month's time in November, because October is drawing month. But Hades 2, the skull system, like all that stuff comes from all these people, and I can't thank them enough to keep on releasing and trying to tackle different games. So I don't own any of these ideas, and I am not going to ever say I own any of these ideas. I experience them, I observe them, and I synthesize them. So hopefully, and when I talk about these things, usually in opening opinions, I talk about my experience. So I already mentioned Hades and that type of thing in the opening opinions. And then here, I hope that I do justice to all the information that I gathered, right? Ultimately, when you're making a product and you're designing something, I'm presuming that the developer is trying their best to project what they understand about what they're trying to do in the product. And if I am probably a bit brutally honest, this tells me what I can talk to the developer about, because there are a lot of things that I don't think the developer does or have done related to gaming or language learning. And I can kind of see why there might be a disagreement. We might have a conflict of interest on how to acquire multiple languages and then how to use that language and whatnot. And maybe that's why they decided to make the game. So this is in no way trying to discourage. It's one of those things like I really do not want to come off as someone who wants to remove a budding career or a talent, like, drag them through the dirt before they even get started. I truly believe in the learning and the progression system that I champion all the time. You have to start somewhere. And the wonderful thing about being someone who I don't think I'm ever in a position where I know more or more experienced than another person, because most of the time I'm learning something. I'm always participating in something of which I'm trying to learn. So whoever is interested, who contacts me, they're typically more experienced than I am. I'm not a trained professional. I don't teach people things anymore. Like, people don't come to me and say, oh, he's an expert at this, I should get his advice on how to go. And I don't do that anymore, right? I don't teach things formally and professionally. I'm not paid to do so. So in this case, I always assume, since I spend 90% of my time learning and observing from the things I stream, the people who find me or, randomly come across me, they know more than I do. They probably do, or that's a safe assumption. Now, the question is, it would be interesting to see what an experienced person, or like someone I assume is experienced until they correct me, think is a great representation of a certain thing, and then see how off I am. Like, see where my perspective is. And this is one of the situations, one of the rare situations where there is so little commonality. There's so many conflicts of interest, or potential. There might not be a conflict of interest, but there's so many missing things. So now I get an opportunity to talk about constructive criticism, because there's so much I can contribute. Most of the time I'm playing a game and I'm like, that's really interesting. So I spend most of my time talking about how interesting the game is, what they can do next, and I hope they do this. I'm curious where they go, because I know that they invest most of their lives into that. I don't. So no matter what, they're constantly thinking about it more than I do. At least that's what I if there's something I'm guilty of, I prefer to be guilty of being an imposter than being accused of being accused of hubris. So this is my attempt to say, I'm excited. I'm looking forward to seeing how this game turns out. Like, I'm curious what Seika Quest, the developer Seika Quest, is going to do with this. Because if you're starting very low, like if you think you're starting very low, or I'm making you sound like it's very low, the sky's the limit. I'm, uh, I get far more pleasure seeing someone who comes from nothing, or like the early stages of things versus the later stage of things. That's my personal bias. I love when someone, because in the beginning it's exhilarating. You improve and you have the potential to change by leaps and bounds. And that's kind of why I absolutely love indie developers, despite assuming that most indie developers are like seasoned veterans. Like, it's wild when I hear someone like hear their story about how they came up with this multi-billion-dollar game that turns out to be just them wiggling their boredom around, and then it became this thing. And I'm like, that's awesome. That's what I love about indie developers. So in no way am I going to say don't try, like, oh, this shouldn't exist. I think that is up for other people, up for other people's prerogative, and I feel like the internet has plenty of that. So if you want to go see someone who takes a dump on things all the time, that's probably not me. At least I hope. It would be a very my life would be in tatters, or something is wrong with my life if I would go out and sound like I'm trying to cancel a game, right? So this is not me. But all of this stuff, I'm so curious when this person, if they decide to launch the game as is in November 2025, and they like go and scout other people, because my opinion is not golden. It's bias, it's limited, and I'm not a game developer, nor am I a professional language learner or teacher, right? The properties that they might have, but it would be really interesting to see how maybe accurate, precise, or way off that I am on the reception of the game and the feedbacks from other things. That's what dialogue is about. That's what peer review is about. There are other, I would say there are 2 or 3 other things that I would love to talk about. You know what? Let's throw in some few lightning round stuff. So when we talk about color coding, right? Color coding, shape changes, and font changes, right? When it comes to reference, since they included a reference, which is to put a laundry list of, it's called the, I forgot what it's called, the sanctum? Yeah, the sanctum, where it lists all the, words. It's at least separated by N5 and then N4, N3, N2, N1, and it's separate. I think it goes noun, verb, adjective, and adverb, or something in the group. This is not sufficient. For both gamers and language learners. It requires categorization. You need categorization, which is great. Right now, there is basic categorization, but it also requires searchability, because that's the new standard, right? Searchability. And a semi-filter system. A semi-filter system. So, AI machine learning that has kind of created a new standard of categorization. So whenever you have a reference, it requires some sort of semi-filter system, so that the reason why you need a semi-filter system and searchability is then you can increase legibility. And that was one of the first comments that I made when I was looking at the game. Legibility is really mediocre. like the black text on like the wood thing that looks like it has random lines that have dark tones. There's no two-tone coloring in text. Legibility is incredibly paramount for both gamers and language learners. Gamers often if it's a functional game, like it's based on speed, performance, and stuff, to be plain but incredibly legible and unmistakable. So bold text, thicker text, maybe even different highlighting and shapes. And then language learners require categorization. Lots of categorization that takes advantage of color shapes and tag labels, right? And to do this, the semi-filter will allow for a limited space to be tailored. So then you don't have to worry about like, the text has to be small to accommodate space, right? It alleviates the space constraint. So requires that requires TLC. This would be more of a quality of life update in the future. Largely because if you're going to continue to develop this game, this has to be implemented when the context, if you're this is assuming they're going to continue to add and expand, the number of words and stuff are in it, like make it scalable. In order to be scalable, it also needs a reference platform, a reference material, basic reference material that is scalable for legibility. Right now, it's kind of unwieldy. When you're scrolling and you just see a bunch of words, I think there was organization. I'm not sure how it was organized. It could be organized alphabetically. I didn't pay attention because I saw a wall of text, and that is very difficult. It is incredibly difficult to be useful. And also this goes into the review screen. The review screen requires metadata, right? Metadata will make review screens useful. Right now, the way the review screen is done, if it wasn't there, it wouldn't do anything, in my opinion. Like 90% of the time, it will not necessarily overall be consequential. Having the mistakes show up is nice, but it doesn't tell you how the mistake is done and how you can solve the mistake, or like how can you improve upon the mistake or retain the mistake. If one had a progression system or a learning system, you can have the mistakes be color-coded, right? Be color-coded with text, like, to garner attention. And this creates a subsystem. So you can make a separate class where you can attach the answers and the instance of the text, because Japanese is very remarkably instanced. You can make the answer be a different color in the future. So basically, if you're already tracking what mistakes you're making, those mistakes, the frequency of those mistakes can be then represented in a different color text, right? Then when it comes to the game loop, those texts can reflect the frequency of that mistake. It can draw attention to the intuitive nature, like, hey, you've made this mistake before. Try to think about it a little bit more carefully. That's implicit learning. So if you're tracking mistakes, right, like the mistake screen, you can make a tier system. And each tier system may be on a gradient of green to red. Red being, yeah, this is a problem. You should really pay attention to this, right? So you can actually take the mistake tracker that you're already doing, have the metadata, and shift the vocabulary words based on the color. So then you can use this as a color mechanic, or picking up, like, even in classic mode or in lesson mode, you can like limit it to lesson mode or just classic mode. It will give the person like, wait a minute, I've made this error before, and now it's red, and I definitely made this error. I should pay attention to this. But there are many ways you can either hint or draw attention to something without actually drawing new assets. You can use the data to, like localized data, to encode and have someone pay attention to it. And then you hope that that leads to emergent learning, where, okay, they've got this wrong before, they will seek it elsewhere. It's supplemental, right? The game doesn't necessarily have to provide the solutions. I understand that a learning system can be very tough to provide like a medium of feeling good about discovery implicitly, and then learning explicitly, being told when is right or wrong, right? But you can also draw attention. As a game, you can draw attention to it through the dynamics of the interaction, and then have the agency given to the person. Like when you have this system, a gradient of green or red, then that word can be categorized to the set in the learning system. So you can bin this stuff and connect the mistakes to the sets in your lesson, in your learning system, which is attached to your progression system. So if there's one foundation to overhaul completely, in my opinion, in this game, is how text works. So when you have text representations, text can be tiered by color, shape, font. So this would be like styles, right? And there's animation. So there's like, we try to stay away from flashing, maybe like glowing, dimming, shining, right? Instead, like blatant flashing can be like a sight problem. So not flashing, but maybe like soft glowing and then dimmer and then highlighted, right? Highlighted shining, which would be highlight, right? Different forms of highlights. All of this can be a subsystem for communicating. You can connect common mistakes, mastered mistakes, or like mastered words. Words can be gold when they're mastered. They're red. So you can use different color gradients to illustrate all of this. And it can start simple. And then what happens is, as long as the color system doesn't overlap with each other, it can communicate between the learning system, the progress system, and the classic mode. And that alleviates a master system that tracks all your mistakes. So like someone doesn't have to look at an entire wall of text to figure out where the mistakes are. Like you might not even need a filter system for this. Like I mentioned the filter system, right? Instead, when you go back to the sanctum, right, where all the words are, it would be entirely color coded. So if you're just looking through, what happens is every single red word will pop out from every single green word and every single gold word. A green word would be something that you're working on. A gold word would be something that you've mastered. And a red word would be something that would draw your attention. And what happens when you color code this system is that now when you go to the sanctum with like the 300 words or whatever, that's all like in the screen, everything is color coded. And it will be color coded based a representation of its frequency. So what does that kind of look like? It looks like a scatter plot or a heat map, basically. So you're producing you could represent the sanctum in a unique way. It can be represented in a heat map in no particular order. Or you can get really fancy and arrange it in a heat map, which is a different story. But here's another lightning round. Verbs, nouns, adverbs. This is what I do as a meta layer of association. So association is a great memory tool that I don't think it's fully expressed. Like it's an approach, not a memory tool, but an approach, creating associations. Now, oftentimes associations deal with like, I was speaking to the developer the other day. They're like, oh, you know, mnemonics. Oh, like stories. It's like stories is not the only way to form association. So that led to like 2 or 3 hours of discussing different ways you can form associations, like abstraction, literal, negative, emotional. Verbs, nouns, adverbs, and adjectives is already binned. So you can have a verb only, right? This goes back to the mode of difficulty, right? Go back here. You can have verb only, noun only. And what happens then is when you're doing the modified classic mode or the other modes, you're forming associations of the part of speech without actually knowing if how they're like, it's an extra layer of association that you're not needing to look at a sentence to do. It is a bridge to the section. And I think that's taking a page from Duolingo. You got verbs, nouns, adverbs, adjectives. Now you can also do antonyms, right? Antonyms in the future. Anti and synonyms, right? Antonym and synonyms. And yes, it could be like a little bit wiggling something like, oh, this is not necessarily opposite of that. That's okay. You have a lesson mode. The lesson mode will attribute to what you think is wiggly enough between antonyms and synonyms. You can use a database as a reference, right? And that increases the level of difficulty or decreases the level of difficulty. You may never know until someone actually forms those associations, right? There's more there. That's the change to a limited database. There is more. You can double entry, which I mentioned briefly yesterday. Like here, right here, you can double up. So you can do coupled meanings. And coupled meanings is like, if you, this deals with curation and deals with like learning things. So you can have frequency words based on their coupled words. So like, for example, kairu. Kairu is often associated with ie, right? Because ie ni kairu, right? You're returning home. Or like there's an association between them. So you can even change the level of input by having 2 words stacked up. And you can even create more options, 6 options, or you can even bifurcate them for one to the left and one to the right. So you can have like 3 choices on the left, right? And 3 choices on the right. And then the left board is associated with the left 3, and the right board is associated with the right 3. This is still adopting things that Duolingo does, for the record. It's my take on integrating some of the stuff from like SRS and then adding Duolingo stuff that I think their execution is okay. I think Duolingo the idea is first and foremost their engagement and consistency comes first. Everything else is mini games. There are mini games to be adaptive, but they're not the brunt of their resource. Their resource is not to provide the most detailed execution of a specific association technique. It's more to give you a mini game that captures the essence of it and then give you lots of different mini games, right? But this game is a game around a game loop. So you're using your game loop to develop all the principles. So that's how you would scale up in difficulty. Or scale up to the things you have to think about. But hear me out. I said this before for like 5 or 6 hours and across multiple 5 or 6 hour digressions. Things that are difficult doesn't necessarily, things that are complex doesn't mean that they stay difficult. And things that are complex doesn't mean that they're harder than things that are simple. It's about normalized behavior and how complex your thinking is. It's in that very same discussion that I talked about my complex thinking and like all the steps. When you are very excellent at doing it, it might be easier than thinking simple, right? Like a game like this might be thinking simple and I don't understand it. I might be completely missing the mark, right? Which I will find out very soon, maybe within the next couple of days when maybe the developer watches the video. I'm going to tell the developer to watch the video, obviously, or suggest it. Maybe I'm completely off the mark. They wanted to keep it simple. So like I echoed yesterday, I don't double down and practice this stuff at the expectation that I am correct, I am always right, or that they have to take my advice. What I'm doing is I'm practicing summarizing, expressing all the things that I know about learning, because not all of them are right, not all of them are wrong, not all of them are even shared or represented. The idea is when you present a lot of information to the best of your ability, you demonstrate that you've done a lot, right? This is how you demonstrate. It's easy to explain all of this stuff, but if you don't do the explaining, you might not get good at it. So I know a lot of things, but I need to practice how to express them. So whenever I'm given an opportunity, I will explain most things to the best of my ability with as much rigor and effort as I can, especially if someone is soliciting me and I accepted the responsibility. It's my professional integrity to explain things as much as I can. Now, are they good things or bad things? That is up to the user. I tell as much as I can, and they can cherry pick or not use any of it. It does not hurt my pride. It does not humble me or sober me, because I'm usually always thinking the other person knows better. So I'm not here to say, and if this is free of generosity, this is generosity, right? Someone was being generous towards me, so I want to reciprocate that generosity. In no way is generosity accepted as you must accept it. I think that is preposterous, but that would be a conflict of interest that's shared by other people. Like if you work hard on something, you expect to be rewarded, right? I don't expect that. Actually, I don't think I've ever lived life through the idea that if I work hard, I'd be rewarded. Most of the time is I work hard and I hope someone rewards me. And then if I work hard, sometimes I get lucky. So if I keep working hard, I can get lucky, or I can get luckier than not working hard at all. So that's my principles. That doesn't mean that they're correct or they're the truth. That's what keeps me working really hard without necessarily being dependent on someone providing a reward for me, right? So this was a talking topic many times for language learning. For most of the people who occasionally come by and talk, they often, when they do something, they want to do it because they're expecting the reward to reciprocate their hard work. So every time they do something, they don't start to do something, or rarely ever start, like make things as a process of learning, engaging in a process of learning, because they believe that when they start, it has to be rewarded. So like, for example, cue the person who says, I spent 6 years doing this one task, it's still not good enough, so I'm not going to share anything. Well, if you don't balance sharing something and getting peer reviews, you also don't improve based on other people's experience. You are glass ceilinged and limited by your presumptions of other people's feedbacks. So for example, if I don't share this and I just like talk in private, then some of the other people might not know what I was criticizing about and whatnot, and I can't learn from that. That is your choice. You can choose to not. Like, someone can come by and say, man, dude, you're just making a big deal of some developer who's just doing a passion project and they just want to do a little bit more than this. You don't have to go this hard. And I'm like, okay, I'll take that into advisement, right? That sounds good. And hear me out. Listen to the first 5 minutes and that's it. You can tune me off and that's good. That's why I ordered these. I organized this way. So I can explain that because I've been doing this for a while now. I organized it in this way and I always go in this way is because you can stop listening wherever you want. This is 1, this is 2, this is 3, and this is 4. If you're 1, you're pretty much like 95% of the people who's ever seen a video of mine. Because all it is you see me doing something and you have the facts. Now you decide to leave, right? Then you might be archetyping. You might be thinking, oh, well, this guy might have something I might like based on what I think I know. And then 3, you ask a question and you interact with me. So you get things that are personal. And then last, we combine each other and we start making new things together, right? And I can share my opinions, right? That's it. Like, all of this stuff is dealing with the idea that I'm doing something and it's like changing over time, right? Okay, so this is where my candid conclusion, I think I've covered a lot of things. I still have like 4 or 5 underdeveloped ideas. There is I think there's a reasonable chance, since it's in November, right? This is being launched in November if they keep to that timetable. We'll probably have 1 more discussion about this, maybe 2 more discussions. I don't know yet. This is a really exciting time because I don't do things where I don't really get a chance to do things when things are in limbo. The last time is, oh, this game's already going to be launched with or without you. Like, oh, this game's already set in stone and we just want you to spread the word, right? So most of the time it's about spreading the word and most things are set in stone. But genuinely, I think this is in limbo and it'll be exciting in November to revisit this. So, or maybe do like a special different thing. It's really exciting having an undetermined future. This must be what it's also the source of nervousness and anxiety for those who have a stake in it, right? I don't have a stake in this. So my hat's off to all the indie developers who continue, the younger people who are aspiring to do things. It's nerve-wracking. I'm sorry if my happy demeanor might be a bit of point of frustration, because I can kind of see how it could be frustrating where I'm saying all this stuff and I'm freely expressing things, but I have no skin in the game, right? It's not my investment. Someone asked me for my opinion, and I'm trying to be as courteous and sympathetic as possible while offering something. I still think releasing this game, there will be people who will find it useful. And depending on what the dev expect from it, if it's a level-headed expectation, they might be satisfied with it without entertaining anything I've said today or yesterday at all. Because I'm someone who just happens to be passing by, right? That's how I stay humble to my position. I don't move earths and create social trends by stating hot takes day in and day out. I typically say hot takes ironically. So there are no hot takes here. There are only long takes and maybe longer takes. Maybe 2 long takes would be my hot take. I have too long of a take. But genuinely speaking, this is, in my opinion, one of the best ways that I can show that I care. And so it's only to those people that can reciprocate that care that may or may not find it valuable. Other than that, again, 99% of the time people will come by and say, wow, this guy's yapping about something, and then leave. That's the facts. I'm yapping about something. No hard feelings, right? Okay. There's one last thing but we're gonna skip it this time, largely because of this backseat brainstorming. Usually I do like a rating, like a gamer rating. There will be a gamer rating and language learning rating and my personal rating. I think we're gonna do something different here. I think a game, the product is a bit incomplete. So it would be, you know, we might as well give it a go. I will add one thing. I don't want this to overshadow stuff, but we'll give it a go. I like to keep consistent. So I usually add like a last thing, which is like I add this at the end because most people just see this and they're like, oh, okay. Oh. And it's like a rating, right? And then there would be an archetype rating. So we're talking about the gamer, right? The gamer's rating, if say this was launched and I would say $1, $2, $1 or $2 USD, right? The gamer would probably give this like solely, like maybe a casual person, but they want to redefine. But I think it would give it a 3 out of 10. And then a language learner, probably like a 2 out of 10. That's where I think they would go. I don't think there will be so if I had to like gauge a Steam thing, if it can caress, I would say there's a chance it can caress 30 reviews. And it would be mixed. It may hover around 40%. Because again, gamers and language learners don't represent, like the archetype that I'm using doesn't represent the masses. And for myself, I would say 5 out of 10. It's average. When it comes to like, what I mean is, what is average to me? So this is me. What is average to me? It meets all the basic essentials. And when I say 3 out of 10 and 2 out of 10, that is more the weighted situation for the Steam reviews. For me, 5 out of 10, we're doing averages. 5 is an average. So this is weighted in a slightly different way than my comment about the Steam review. So it's 5 out of 10 because it meets the very bare minimum of what the goal was. And it's a great starting position for something to come after. Right? Is it below average? I'm giving the benefit of the doubt that this is not below average because of my inexperience. My personal inexperience, it's why this is not below a 4. My personal inexperience is that I don't know what it's like to play other things. Like, for example, a .io game. Like, what is a .io game like? Or what is WaniKani has a community that makes interfaces that data mines other games and then interfaces those games or interface those tools together. That is like just framework. That's framework work. So that could be equivalent to this, right? That's what supplement means, right? So at most it's a 5 out of 10 because it meets all the requirements. It meets the average supplemental role. But if it's advertised as a game, it's below average. And then when it's advertised as language learners are brutal. They are very brutal. They're a smaller subset of gamers, right? Like if you're thinking about subsets, the smaller the population, the more likely they have polarized polarized behavior and opinions. Gamers are wide, but it's not the widest. Like, we're talking about comparing to people who eat, who run, right? Because we're talking about life skill here, like target language learning and stuff. So we're like the Duolingo is so impressive because it's still above average in ratings. Like it's above a 7. That's incredible considering what their audience is. A gamer is very specific, so it's going to be below average. This is very well below average. I think there are, if I had to predict, there are clicker hirakana games that I'm thinking of, or WASD like RPG maker games that uses kana alone that have fundamentals that are higher than this, right? And then language learning is very similar. Language learning is even more brutal because you also have to tackle the idea that by coincidence there are other language learning things available, and also tackling the flashcard system. Flashcard systems, SRS systems, are ubiquitous. They are very, very, like SRS, even basic, like even most of the language learning stuff, SRS is a foundation. It's like a quality of life standardization. So minus that tanks you way below 5 already. So that doesn't mean the game can't be released. And then through the nurturing and care of feedback and the person's passion, it can become more. I think, to me, this reflects trying to ground myself as much as possible, reflects the bare essentials, the average entry point. And that's great because, I mean, I played a game where I started it and I hit a button and it crashed. The game runs, by the way. It runs well. There's no hiccups, right? We can't leave the luxury of that, right? Like, forget the luxury of that stuff. So lots of the basic essentials, no termination, sudden terminations, no infinite loops, no cap oriented thing. The design is intelligent, as in like it's maybe intelligent is not quite the word. It's very pragmatic. It's like a wooden chair, right? It does serve its purpose. So in the kindest way possible, it serves its purpose. Now the question is the game and the developer okay emotionally? And from what I said, emotionally will settle for it's just a chair. Like, it's a chair like any other chair, right? Or are they going to make the chair into a Herman Miller? Probably not. And probably not like in that way, but what I mean is, will one day they make a Herman Miller or like something that is in their own brand of the chair or something like that, right? And it could be this. This could be the beginning. I will never know. I might not even live long enough to even see that, but we'll hope. So that's it, you know, right here. Me, gamer. Oh, sorry. It's I said this before. I don't usually get solicited, but generally when I get solicited, that's when the scores don't necessarily reflect my enthusiasm. When I see something lacking, I see potential, or I try to see potential. When I see something incredibly mind-blowing, I see learning. I can learn from this. When I see average, I see room for improvement, or leave it as it is due to the satisfaction of the people. So it's usually most often upward looking. And when I'm not solicited, I spend most of my time with gold standards. Because of everything I said before starting this project, which was yesterday. By the way, it was yesterday. When I start a project, it is incredibly calculated. And if it's my choice, I have limited time. I'm not I don't empathize with people who sit around and say they're bored, but they also do a lot of things and they work really hard. And then they still think they're bored, and then they keep making excuses for being bored, or like being not bored, but they keep telling me they're bored and they have excess time. That's not me. So if I'm choosing to do something, it's with great enthusiasm, including this. So when someone says like, oh, my game's so bad, maybe I get this person to play and then they're just gonna show us their evil side. It's like, no, that's not me. When I choose to do something, it's going to be incredibly enthusiastic. I always double down. Otherwise I wouldn't choose to do it, even when I'm solicited, right? Because I'm voluntarily choosing to do this still. So while I'm being solicited, there's a chance I can give scores lower, but that rarely ever gets that's super overshadowed by my enthusiasm for where they can go next, right? Get up, the sky's the limit. And when I choose of my own choice, because I don't have a lot of time, I always choose the best, or like what I think is the best. So it's already a self-fulfilling prophecy. So when it comes to these ratings, I want to share this. I want to share this comment because this is why I believe what, in my opinion, professional journalism and professional integrity and courtesy is. It's to be able to communicate your own biases, your preferences, while trying to capture the perspectives and opinions outside of yourself, all while lacing it around the foundations of observable facts. That is peer review. Not the person who says, this is my honest, unbiased opinion. If you're honest, it's bias. So, you know, the whole idea of professional integrity and unbiased and science and statistics have kind of got convoluted over the years. And I can tell you that this is my representation of how to record for posterity, because my prejudices and my preferences and bias is going to change over time. And it's very important to know that. So for now, oh, I forgot to establish that in my opening opinions. You know, I'm relatively intermediate, right? I'm an intermediate Japanese language learner. I actually learn more than one language at a time. I talked about some of my legacy already, like so to speak, Shashinko, Duolingo, WaniKani. In fact, WaniKani is what created this dialogue in the first place, because most of the stuff I'm borrowing or like comparing, sort of reimagining and trying to fit into this game is from Duolingo and WaniKani, and what I understand of how Boom Pro works. And in another year or two, it's going to be even more different. So we're going to keep doing that. Professional integrity is to disclose one's own conflict of interest and biases as a form of transparency, and as well as talk about being able to demonstrate your understanding of other people's archetypical profiled observations, like corollary behavior and whatnot, and at the same time use those perspectives to interpret what are the facts, what are the observations. Because in the end of the day, they're looking for commentary, opinion, and a general overview of other people's opinions. Those are all bias. They're all interpretations. The facts are not biased. The statistics are not biased. They are not inherently biased. How you use the statistics and filter the statistics and use it to interpret like causation and correlation, that is bias and interpretive. Like, because humans are doing it, at least in my opinion. But you know, that's a digression for another time. So here it is. Hopefully some of it is interesting to the person I've been talking to. I try to keep it to what, 3 hours? Yeah, it's like 3 or 4 hours. That's not too bad. I did play the game again, and I think a lot of the progression system and putting in achievement, just like a last topic, progression system and putting in achievements for daily completion, like mastery and stuff, I think that works to the game's benefit. Because if the game is to operate as a supplement, it has to emphasize and intuit and instill an environment and incentive to play in short sessions. And yesterday in the evening, I played it again to make sure I got the thing. I did another 15 minutes. Yesterday, I only did 15 minutes. Like, I ran twice. I did 2 runs. I guess they were 15 minutes each. And then today, I did another 15 minutes just to see. I think that's where the design can really benefit. So, learning, progression system probably will coincide with the developer's vision of producing a supplemental thing, and then working on the way the supplemental thing is a supplement. Oftentimes, supplement means providing something that is not entirely the same experience, and I think there's a lot of choices made here that produces the foundation of something that is different and supplement, but contributes to the same goal, which illustrates the idea. I think the supplement is the key word here, right? And maybe engagement. So there you have it. That's a wrap for this mini project. For now, I do kind of foresee maybe a little bit down the road, probably post-November, we might have a revisit of this. This is on top of other things that I'm looking at. I do actually have 2 or 3 other word or language related things in terms of games within the next 4 or 5 months, but it requires careful planning. And I don't have time next tomorrow, like the next month, because Inktober is happening. So we're going to be doing art, right? That's kind of relevant to this because the developer decided to do pixel art. They made the pixel art, right? It's interesting. All right, folks, that's a wrap for our mini project. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? Gozaimasu. Thank you. As always, feel free to follow along if you're interested in this kind of yap. I do this for every single last kind of like summary of any game project. I do tentative takes for long projects, and then there's opening opinions. They're like optics and expectations for all these projects. So this one happens to just be a 2-parter, 1 and 2. At minimum, I will do these 2 things for every single project that I'm involved in. It's how I practice. So if you like that stuff, stay tuned for the next one. Probably going to be like 80s 2 or something. And until then, right, you're always welcome to come on by. You can come on by during these. We yap. Maybe I can do a live improvisation of an idea or address and answer questions. I didn't do a Q, like frequently asked questions, because I didn't play this game long enough to engage in frequently asked questions, and the game is unreleased, so there's no other like commentary. Usually through the course of playing the game gets launched, and then I would make commentary on other people's reviews and whatnot to try to garner some optics. It hasn't happened, so it's very limited. It's a little bit of a different take this time around, right? I don't think this is going to be a norm. Backseat brainstorming is probably not going to be a norm here, usually because there's so much to talk about, right? There's still so much to talk about, whether it doesn't or not. So you're more than welcome to come on by, chat, brainstorm at any time, right? That's kind of why I'm recording these things, at the off chance of that happening. And until then, stay safe, right? Stay safe, stay healthy. Good luck language learning and happy gaming. Until next time, catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.